I will begin this public hearing of July 21st. It's reconvening from July 5th. I'm going to call it to order. As we said last time, this meeting is convened by electronic means, and so as such, council members can participate in person or by electronic means. Because it looks like quorum is tight tonight, council, please let the clerk know if you're going to leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum, and you will be marked as absent if your video is turned off, or won't be marked as present unless your video is turned on, another way to say it. Members of the public can view the proceedings via live stream on YouTube, and all the information is tweeted out on the Twitter handle at @VanCityClerk. We do acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all of us. We really enjoy working in partnership with them as we continue to build this great city together. And thank you very much to staff. Let's shout out the clerks tonight who are doing double duty with us all day in council and tonight in this public hearing, as well as many of the planning staff, I'm sure. With that, can we have the roll call, please, clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick is on a leave of absence. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence from 6 to 7 p.m. Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Young is on a leave from 6 to 10 p.m. tonight. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. So just a few reminders. We're committed to that all people who participate in Vancouver public hearings will be treated fairly and respectfully. And the language used in public hearings should reflect that, and no form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speech, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of a person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. And I will at first gently steer members of the public who go down that route, but then increasingly make sure that doesn't happen so everybody feels welcome in this space. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council participate is all of our responsibility. So council, if I, through these 4 hours, miss something, I'm very happy if you call points of order. I would say, though, if you do so, make sure that you name the number of the procedural bylaw that you're using. The public may participate by phone, speaking in person, or submitting written comments in council. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or oppose the recommendations and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates, and you can always send comments in our web form, vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. Anybody with a presentation will help you through that presentation. You'll just have to say next so we can advance the slides. We also have a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, so we'll remind council when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics. Our role tonight is to be a quasi-judicial body, meaning that we're only considering the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. We can ask clarifying questions from speakers, but including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but debate should wait until after the close of the speakers list. After that, we can approve the application, refuse the application, or refer the application to staff for future consideration. With that, we're going to start the CD1 rezoning on right. Clerks, I'm just reading the text here. So we're doing a CD1 rezoning at 2009-2037 Stainsbury Avenue. Right. Okay. At 9:50 on Tuesday, July 5th, due to loss of quorum, this item has been rescheduled to a new public hearing on Thursday, July 28th. The July 28th public hearing places the public hearing for that item that commenced on July 5th. Previous registered speakers, including those that have spoken, have been contacted. And clerks, do we have a time for when that starts? It's not here in my script.
It
So for
starts
this
at
meeting,
6 p.m.
okay, great, thank you. So the item number 5, CD1 rezoning on 2009 Stainsbury Avenue has, we're restarting that hearing from the beginning, and it will be held July 28th. That's Thursday, July 28th, starting at 6 p.m. And the previous registered speakers, including those that have spoken, have been contacted. So we're moving on to the last item of the July 5th agenda, which is the CD1 rezoning on 906 to 982 West 18th Avenue. Just ask first if any members wish to declare a conflict of interest on this matter. If not, I'll get the clerks to read the application and summary correspondence.
This is an application by West Group Properties to rezone 906 to 982 West 18th Avenue and 907 to 969 West 19th Avenue from RT2 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story strata residential building with an at-grade child care facility, a 6-story secured rental building, and 7 townhouse buildings, with a total of 208 residential units. A maximum building height of 21 meters, with additional height for rooftop amenity and floor space ratio of 1.81 are proposed. The General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 56 pieces of correspondence in support, 61 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 15 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you so much. Great. So anybody who wants to speak this item, the number is 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #, and that number is on the live stream. We have Kent McDougall from the Rezoning Center to walk us through the application. So I'll turn it over to Kent McDougall, and then we can we'll listen to the applicant team, and then council can ask questions to staff to the applicant team after that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cynthia Lau, Senior Rezoning Planner, standing in for Kent McDougall this evening. So the site before you tonight is commonly known as the Balfour Block. The rezoning site shown in red is a large site located between 18th Avenue and 19th Avenue, just off Oak Street. Oh, you don't have it? Sorry about that.
I'm just waiting for the presentation's not on WebEx, so I'm just checking on the orange cone and see if it's there. I don't see it quite yet, so we'll wait until you get all situated. There we go. It's not quite loaded yet, but I see it's coming. There we go.
All right. The site before you is commonly known as the Balfour Block. The rezoning site shown in red is a large site located between 18th Avenue and 19th Avenue, just off of Oak Street. The site is bounded by Laurel Street to the east and a north-south lane to the west, along with a private parking lot to the southwest corner. This site is zoned RT2, and the surrounding neighborhood to the north, south, and east is predominantly zoned RS7. To the west, along Oak Street, is zoned RM3A. The site is currently developed with 17 2- to 2.5-story duplex residential buildings, consisting of 34 family-oriented rental units with lane access and informal green space dividing the site. All 34 units are currently tenanted, 24 of which are eligible for protections under the tenant relocation and protection policy. The surrounding neighborhood is largely detached homes with multifamily buildings west of the site along Oak Street. The site is located close to a number of amenities, including parks, schools, and local shopping along Oak Street. Vancouver General Hospital is located 850 meters north of the site. The site is within walking distance of local bus routes. Further, the King Ed SkyTrain station is located 1.2 kilometers southeast of the site, and the future Oak VGH station is at the corner of Broadway and Laurel Street, and will be approximately 1 kilometer to the north. This application is being considered under the Cambie Corridor Plan, with the site located within the Cambie Village sub-area. Within this sub-area, changes are anticipated largely along arterials and at the Balfour Block site, which is one of several unique sites identified under the plan. Unique sites are large sites with site-specific policy direction to respond to existing uses, unique characteristics, site size, and local context. Unique sites typically call for higher densities and tower forms and are subject to an enhanced rezoning process where different design options are explored as part of the review. For the Balfour unique site, the plan direction is for a lower density and a modest scale and complexity. This built form direction is quite prescriptive and therefore an enhanced process was not required. The site is also subject to the Sustainable Large Sites policy. Generally speaking, the Balfour Block unique site is envisioned to continue as a vibrant, family-oriented node with the addition of new housing options and strong connections to the surrounding neighborhood. The plan's vision for the site is to include ground-oriented townhomes, low to mid-rise buildings to the west, active links, public open space at the southeast corner, and a childcare facility. The application was originally received in January 2021 and later revised and resubmitted in August 2021. The proposal before you includes a 6-story secured rental residential building with 99 units, a 6-story strata residential building with at-grade childcare and rooftop amenity with 51 units, and 7 3- to 4-story townhome buildings with 58 units, for a total of 208 residential units. The site does not include the surface parking lot at the southwest corner shown under the plan. These 2 lots are owned and utilized by the adjacent synagogue and are eligible for future rezoning consideration under the Cambie plan. The overall recommended density is 1.81 FSR, and the maximum height is 69 feet for the 6-story strata building, with additional height for rooftop amenity space and mechanical appurtenances. Density is not prescribed in the plan and is based on urban design performance of the proposal. The proposal includes 1.5 levels of underground parking, providing 255 parking spaces, 502 bicycle spaces, which are accessed from the lane from the western end of the site. If approved, this project would generate approximately 376 new on-site and off-site jobs. The proposal Just have an issue here. Go through. Proposal includes a number of public benefits, including 99 secured rental buildings, 99 secured rental units, of which 25 units are to be below market, a 37-space childcare facility to be delivered turnkey to the city, and dedicated public park at the southeast corner of the site. The proposal also includes a series of pedestrian connections through the site, including an east-west active link. Renderings of the proposal are shown here with a proposed 6-story strata building illustrated at the top left, the 6-story rental building at the top right, and the proposed townhomes illustrated on the 2 images along the bottom. This table compares the average below-market rents versus ownership options and market rents in the new buildings. When compared to home ownership costs, market rents, and in particular below-market rents, provide a more affordable alternative to home ownership. In addition, rent increases for below-market units are permanently limited to the Provincial Residential Tenancy Act maximum, even after a change in tenant. Virtual open house was held from September 20th to October 20th, 2021 on the Shape Your City platform. Throughout the application process, staff received a total of 227 comments or questions on the project. Concerns included comments related to the building heights and density, impact on community amenities and schools, traffic congestion, lack of permeable green space, and concerns around affordable housing and tenant displacement. In response to public feedback, staff note that the building height massing, and contextual fit generally complies with the plan direction and built form guidelines for this location, including a mix of lower mid-rise and townhome buildings. Based on the review and feedback, staff have recommended a reduced density of 1.81 FSR and conditions to explore a modest reduction in overall heights of the buildings to enhance the project's contextual fit and relationship to the neighborhood and to reduce shadowing. In terms of green space and amenities, staff note that there are a number of parks and community centers in the area, and the proposal includes a new dedicated public park. Regarding traffic and parking, the site is in proximity to transit, cycling infrastructure, and is well sited to encourage reduced vehicle trip demand. Conditions are included to improve transportation operations and the safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists adjacent to the site. The proposal will be required to meet the parking bylaw. In terms of rental and affordable housing, including existing tenant displacement, the proposal includes 99 secured rental units, including 25 units at below market rates, and all eligible tenants are covered by the tenant relocation and protection policy with first right of refusal to return to the site at existing rental rates. As previously highlighted, the proposal includes 99 secured units, rental units, 25 below market units, which will contribute to the city's secured rental housing stock serving a range of income levels. The delivery of a 37-space childcare facility turnkey to the city and a small pocket park dedication. DCLs of approximately $4.3 million are anticipated from this development, with the exception of the rental residential portion, which qualifies for a citywide DCL waiver of approximately $1.3 million. Public art contribution is also anticipated. In conclusion, this application generally meets the intent of the Canby Corridor Plan. Staff conclude that the proposed form of development is an appropriate urban design response to the site and its context, and recommend that the application be approved subject to conditions in Appendix B. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and staff and the applicant team are available for any questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Just wondering now if we could move to the applicant team. Does the applicant team have anything they'd like to add here or just answer questions?
Yes, we have a presentation, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I'll wait for clerks to get that all set up and then we'll move ahead with your presentation.
Okay, I trust you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Evan Lewis with West Group Properties. On behalf of the applicant team, I'd like to thank you for considering our application for rezoning this evening. Thank you, Cynthia, for that presentation. We're pleased to present an application that, if approved, will create new housing options in the Douglas Park area while also delivering much needed public benefits in the form of a childcare facility, a city-owned corner park, and moderate income housing. A few housekeeping items I'd like to address before commencing my presentation. I understand there was some correspondence submitted which stated West Group required some tenants to sign an agreement stating they would not oppose the project at public hearing. I'd just like to clarify, we haven't restricted anybody from speaking tonight. For clarity, tenants who moved into the building following our rezoning application were asked to sign an addendum, which included several acknowledgements. An acknowledgement that they are aware that the landlord is actively pursuing redevelopment of the property, an acknowledgement that the tenant's rent is substantially below market in light of the fact it's being redeveloped and is relatively short-term in nature, and an acknowledgement that they will not dispute or initiate dispute resolution related to that notice to end tenancy, and they will not compel the landlord to pay compensation at termination. So when we became aware of the fact that tenants were under the mistaken impression that they were restricted from opposing the project at public hearing, we sent an email and hand-delivered letters to all tenants clarifying that they are free to speak at public hearing without violating their leases. I just wanted to address that at the start, and now I'll move on to my application for my presentation for this application for rezoning. Here's a brief statement from the Canby Corridor Plan describing the vision for the Balfour Block, a vibrant, family-oriented node with the addition of new housing options and strong connections to the surrounding neighborhood. This vision was established through the Canby Corridor Phase 3 planning program, which addressed the Balfour Block on a site-specific basis. As you know, the Canby Corridor Phase 3 planning program included extensive public consultation over 3 years, including 50 public consultation events attended by over 5,000 people. Should also note that there's an alternative development pathway, which would be to proceed with an application on the site's existing R2 zoning, which would permit a lower density multiplex project. Since the rate of change bylaw does not apply to RT2 zoning districts, rental replacement would not be required under an RT2 application. An RT2 compliant development option would deliver only strata tenure housing and no public benefits aside from a DCL payment. We feel strongly that the rezoning application under consideration tonight, given its public benefits, tenant protections, and diverse housing options, provides a vastly superior development option for local residents, existing tenants, and the public at large. On the left, you can see the conceptual sketch in the Canby Corridor plan that Cynthia showed. Our proposal is on the right. As shown, our proposal aligns with the vision in the Canby Corridor plan. It meets the built form guidelines while maximizing rental housing on site. It delivers the childcare facility and the corner park, while also providing numerous pedestrian linkages through the site. Council's consideration of this rezoning application at tonight's public hearing represents the culmination of many years of public engagement and work with city staff. To add some context regarding the recent history of this property and its redevelopment, West Group acquired the property in the spring of 2015 with the intention of proceeding immediately to a rezoning application. However, in 2015, planning staff advised West Group that an application for rezoning would not be considered until the Canby Corridor Phase 3 planning program was complete. Following the approval of the Canby Corridor Phase 3 plan in 2018, West Group submitted a letter of inquiry application in 2019. Our rezoning was formally accepted by staff in January 2021. As shown here, the rezoning process for this application entailed 2 virtual open houses and 2 urban design panel meetings. The community consultation for this application resulted in meaningful revisions to the proposal, which I'll elaborate on in further slides. In addition to the aforementioned city-led public engagement, our team has conducted extensive applicant-directed community engagement. Additionally, we've been engaging with tenants since we acquired the property in 2015. Specifically, notification letters were issued by West Group to all tenants, alerting them of West Group's acquisition and our intention to redevelop in July 2015. Following those letters, in-person individual meetings were convened with tenants. Since then, there's been extensive communication with tenants up to this date, which we'll get into a bit further. Based on the input we received at the virtual open house and the urban design panel and applicant-led community engagement, we initiated several changes that significantly scaled down the project. Those modifications resulted in the total number of, modifications reduced the total number of proposed homes from 241 to 208. That reduction was comprised almost entirely of strata-titled homes. There was a loss of only 1 rental home. Additionally, we reduced the height of the townhouses around the perimeter of the project, thereby reducing their overall height impact. We also eliminated 1 townhouse building to accommodate the corner park and initiated a significant reduction in parking. With those revisions, we returned to the urban design panel in October 2021 and received unanimous support. Through those revisions, we feel we have responded meaningfully to public input while maintaining strong alignment with the vision expressed in the Canby Corridor plan. Regarding housing, importantly, this application triples the number of rental housing units on site. It also proposes 58 ground-oriented family units, which form much-needed missing middle housing. The public benefits proposed as part of this application are collectively valued at $5.9 million. There are also important non-quantified public benefits, which are not reflected in that figure. First, a corner park has been proposed. Ownership of that park parcel will be transferred to the city at no cost. Second, 25 units of moderate income housing are proposed. And although the form of development of this application is consistent with the forms of development to which the Canby Corridor fixed rate CACs normally apply, Balfour is identified as a unique site in the Canby Corridor plan, and as a result, this application required a negotiated CAC process. As a point of comparison, if the fixed rate CACs were applied to each individual building in this application, it would yield a cash CAC of less than $5.3 million. That is less than the value of the childcare facility alone, not including the moderate income housing in Corner Park. Taken together, the provision of the moderate income housing and 37-space childcare facility comprise a public benefit offering that significantly exceeds the CAC that would have resulted if the fixed rate CACs were applied. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that. With respect to tenant protection, eligible tenants will receive compensation in accordance with the tenant relocation and protection policy. Importantly, a site-specific policy deepens the benefit to eligible tenants. Specifically, they will be offered a right of first refusal to return to the newly constructed rental building at their current rent plus allowable RTA increases. This significantly exceeds the typical TRP requirement to return at 20% below new market rents. Similar to the provisions in the Broadway plan, the replacement unit type must align with the household size of the tenant in accordance with the national occupancy standards established by CMHC. There's been correspondence related to this application regarding a desire for stronger tenant protections, including rent bridging or rent top-ups. I just want to emphasize that the concept of rent bridging has not formed part of any council-approved policy in Vancouver until the concept was introduced a month ago with the approval of the Broadway plan. For that reason, the costs associated with it, which we believe to be very significant, were not factored into the CAC negotiation and residual land value analysis process. Consequently, the project is simply unable to absorb any additional costs associated with the rent top-up rent bridging without eliminating other public benefits, including the child care facility or moderate income housing. Our tenant relocation coordinator, James Todd of Somerville Community Relations, is also available to answer questions related to tenant protections. Again, thank you for your consideration of this application this evening.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I do see councillors now on the queue to ask questions. I'm sorry, I've got you on the wrong queue, Councillor Swanson and Fry. I'm going to clear this queue and move you, Councillor Swanson first, then Councillor Fry. There we go. Oh, I don't know why I keep slipping over to the main queue. Councillor Swanson and then Councillor Fry. Great. So this is staff or the applicant. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, if you could reset my timer. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
To the staff, what are the rents for the current tenants?
Hello, Councillor Swanson. The current rent are on average between 1,650 up to 2,200. And it's a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units currently.
Okay. To the applicant, I see that we're replacing 26 3-bedroom rentals with 13 3-bedroom rentals, and only 3 of the 13 are in the moderate income. So is there going to be room for the returning tenants that need 3 bedrooms?
Yeah, so similar to the Broadway plan, through the needs assessment and review of the CMHC national occupancy standards, each tenant will be assessed on an individual basis and directed into an appropriate unit. Perhaps staff can speak to the overlap between moderate income housing and the rental replacement. Essentially, if a tenant exercises their right of first refusal to move back into the building, and in doing so, they meet the income, or not the income requirements, but the rent limit for the moderate income housing, it'll be counted towards it. If they do not, it'll be over on top of the 25 units of moderate income housing.
Okay. What about phasing? Is there any possibility that tenants could stay in their current building until the new building is done?
No, there's in short, no.
Okay, so I heard the previous speaker say that you weren't really into rent bridging. Would you be willing to negotiate with the city and the tenants to improve tenant protection for existing tenants? I think the bridging is really important, because if it takes you 3 years to get it built, the tenants will have a new life by then, probably in a different province or a different city anyway. So the question is, would you be willing to negotiate for better tenant protection?
We're prepared to work with tenants on an individual basis where there's a need and somebody's facing housing insecurity or determined to be a vulnerable tenant. We're prepared to work with individuals on a individual basis. However, we're not prepared to offer rent bridging across the board to eligible tenants. As I alluded to, through the residual land value analysis that we did with staff, that was never contemplated, and the public benefits that are generated by this project never contemplated rent bridging, which we believe to be a very significant cost.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Let's see now. I think it's Councillor Fry next. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm looking through the documents here, and at 34 units, 9 are vacant, 25 are tenanted. It doesn't specifically say how many qualify for TRPP. It sort of says some will. Can we get a breakdown of who's how long tenants have been there and who's qualifying for TRPP?
Sure, thanks, Councillor Fry. Annie Mobilex with Housing. Of the 25 tenants that are part of the eligible tenants, sorry, of the 25, one is ineligible. So there are 24 eligible tenants. And they are ranging the length of stay. Some of them have been there 20 years. I think some even a bit longer than 20 years. I think the shortest time is 5 years. And so just to get a sense of what the compensation would be. So the compensation really in TRP is meant to try to, I like to say, soften the blow of having to relocate somewhere else before they're able to come back at the same rents. So just to understand what that compensation might be for 12 months, for those tenants that have been there 20 years and longer, 20 to 30 years, it's 12 months rent. And for those that have been there for 10 to 20 years, it's 6 months rent. So it's a lump sum. However, through the tenant relocation policy work, should this project be successful tonight, staff will work with the applicant and then with the tenants to understand if any have special circumstances and any vulnerabilities. And so there might be some further compensation as a result of that, but we just don't have that level of information yet at this point in the process.
Okay, so that's great. Thank you for those details. And it's really not some tenants for TRP, it's most tenants.
It's most. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's really helpful. Now, do we have a sense of where tenants would be able to relocate within the city of Vancouver? Is that something that's been contemplated at this stage, or is that too far out? I mean, obviously we're talking a lot about it in the context of Broadway plan, and I'm just curious if we anticipate where folks could go.
Yeah, I'm wondering if James Todd, so the applicants engaged a tenant relocation specialist to work directly with the tenants, which is also very helpful because it really is a one-on-one kind of work. I'm not sure if James might like to fill in some of those details.
Thank you. Hi, Council. James Todd, Somerville Community. So we've been engaged as the tenant relocation specialist for the project. So we are quite early in the process, but because the great work with the city, a number of the tenant the needs assessment forms that tenants fill out and send to the city have been received, and so we do for about 2/3 of the units have direct input in terms of where they would like to be relocated, and so our next step, should the project be successful and move forward, would be an intensive one-on-one meeting with each tenant, and we really create that tenant relocation plan around that tenant, including and top of mind, of course, is including the neighborhood in which their current, their preference based on their needs for schools and work and such. So we would most tenants, it looks like, would prefer to stay in the neighborhood, and so that would form our efforts, and we would focus our efforts early on those potential options as they come out.
Thanks for that, James, and I appreciate that you've joined us here before and explained your process, and it seems very, very thoughtful and working with tenants. Do you feel that tenants are well appraised of their rights going into this, and they know, and they're not like sort of leaving early or feeling pressure to leave early? Because I've heard in other buildings, nothing to do with you or this project, that people get moved out early.
Yeah. So our work typically focuses on folks with the highest needs. And so that could be folks with barriers to housing, and then moving from there to folks with families and such. Obviously, there are better times of the year with more options. And so sometimes it just lands on a certain months of the year before school starts, for instance, over the summer, sometimes is a really good. So in terms of, I don't think there's any intent, and folks know that until the 4-month notice to end tenancy is officially provided, and that's only provided when all permits, building permit, demolition permit, and development permit, of course, also rezoning, is all in hand, does that even get issued? So there's no pressure to relocate officially before that 4-month notice to end tenancy. And so, but on a case-by-case basis, we'll approach tenants thoughtfully and based on their own needs and work with them, right? And so if folks are interested in and an option comes up and they can say, no, that's not something we want to do now. And then we absolutely respect that. But in other cases, a unit could come up. As we know, the rental market is very, very tight. And so we're constantly looking for those opportunities and working with tenants, but they're very aware that there's no notice to end tenancy until all those permits are in hand. And so there's no official need or pressure for them at all. So it's really up to the tenants, and it's usually the tenants coming to us saying, we have all these needs and we're nervous and we want to start working with you. And so we do, of course. And the city is fully aware of when those happen, and we're in touch with staff and such. So it's all under an approved plan. But we also have the realities of sort of the market. And so the earlier we're in the relocation process, typically the better for everyone, and also to create those plans to make sure that the communities stay intact. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, James, and thank you, Mayor, for indulging that extra time. I know we went a bit over there, but it was helpful.
Okay. Yep. Sorry about that. It was Councillor Boyle. 5.
Thanks. I'm just first of all hoping to clarify. Staff said there are 24 tenants. Is that 24 households or 24 total tenants?
Thanks for the question. Sorry, I'm just having trouble with my video. Actually, yeah, I fumbled a bit on that answer. So there are actually 10 ineligible tenants that had moved in after West Group had purchased the property. So I just want to clarify, those tenants are ineligible due to the length of tenancy. And of those left, there were 25, of which one was in to elect the tenancy. And so there are 24 eligible tenants. So does that answer your question?
Yes, yeah, 24 individuals, not 24 households.
That's right, yeah.
And then can you again clarify for me? I was feeling a bit more confused after hearing the last answer. Tenants are eligible for relocation payment based on their length of tenancy.
That's right.
As well as first right of refusal to come back at their current rent?
That's right. I just want to clarify, it's households, not individuals. So these are people living in 2-3 bedroom units. So we have the detailed information about what makes up the household, but it isn't 24 individuals, it's 24 households.
Okay.
And that's right. The Canby Corridor Unique Sites policy for Balfour Block offered additional rental protection in the right of first refusal at the same rents, which is not currently part of the citywide TRP. And so there's the compensation based on length of tenancy, and obviously the offer of options of housing in a preferred neighborhood. But then they're also offer the right of first refusal at the same rents to return to the building when it's complete, which isn't typically it is not part of the citywide TRP policy.
Okay, thanks for that. And how long maybe this is a question for the applicant, do we imagine from all those permits being in place and tenants needing to move out to being able to move back in? What's the estimated time?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We estimate that it would be somewhere in the realm of probably 28 to 32 months.
Okay, great. I think those are all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, council, we just have bare quorum right now. So just reminding you that if you have to keep your video on, and you also have to stay in front of your video in order for us to maintain it. It's again, we have a number of LOAs tonight, so just to remind you of that. If we lose quorum, which has happened, at this point, we will take a recess and try to get the other councillors back online. It is hard to know where folks are going, especially since we're remote. So just to remind you of that. Councillor Carr, you're up for 5 minutes.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think my housing questions have been answered, so I'm going to take a number of the other questions and specifically to the applicant. One of the conditions of approval is to add is to add garden plots. And it says specifically for a minimum of 30% of the units with less than 100 square feet of private outdoor space. Where are the units with less than 100 feet of outdoor space? Are they mostly rental, or are they some of the condos or the strata, I mean?
I do not have that answer on my fingertips, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay. Just curious because I'd sure like to see a lot of the rental units being able to have access to the garden plots. There's another condition of approval that just is more general that talks about food assets, edible landscaping, urban agriculture, which I've just described. What are your ideas around food assets or edible landscaping is there anything beyond the garden plots?
Yes, we anticipate that there will be, and although there's a design illustrated for the corner park that is conceptual at this stage, and there will be further public consultation associated with what goes into that area. Additionally, we think at some areas, particularly at the center of the site, there will be opportunities for edible landscaping and even some urban agriculture potentially in those sort of the nexus points of those active links.
Okay, that corner park that you talked about, is that the one that's going to be turned over to the city? That's as a new public park?
That's correct.
Okay, so I imagine there'll be discussions with the park board around that.
Yes.
Okay,
And sorry, I think Norman Huth from Formworks is on the line as well, and he may be able to answer your question regarding the outdoor size with those units.
Well, maybe as he's thinking about it, I'll ask my last question just because my timer is clicking, but I'm happy to hear the answer because it's just one more question. One of the other conditions is to do green roofs. So I'm wondering what the concept is for the green roofs, and if in particular you're thinking about adding solar hot water or solar PVC to the green roofs.
Sure. We haven't spoke about solar in depth for this project yet. We're doing it on several other projects, and it's something that we'll be discussing with the next phase of design development. With respect to green roofs, I'm actually going to let Norman respond to that one as well.
Great.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, so just to address your comment about the outdoor space, it is some of the smaller, the 1-bedroom and studio units, let's call them, for the rental building that have smaller outdoor spaces. They still meet the minimum, 5x8, 5x6 balcony size, as well as some of the condo units. The 1-bedroom units have slightly smaller outdoor spaces.
Okay.
And with respect to the green roofs, we're still studying the green roofs. There's opportunities on the rental building to have more of a green roof for that one. For the condo building, we are looking at having outdoor amenity space up there, and there's opportunities for urban agriculture and that sort of thing up on that roof level.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are concerned about the supply line for food given climate change. So, yeah, I think that's great. And in terms of the solar, also just a real concern around the vulnerability of our electrical grid. So I think that it's nice you're considering that too. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swanson, you're up. You've got about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, the lack of bridging for the current tenants is what's really concerning me. And I've been crunching numbers. And according to my numbers, it might cost you $433,000 for bridging for 3 years for 24 households. And your public art expenditure is almost that much, $393,000. So do you think there's some room for a little bit of wangling here so that we could use some of that for bridging, and so that the tenants that live there now would actually have a hope of returning to their neighborhood?
Sorry, that's a question to me.
For the applicant.
Yes. So as I understand it, the rent top-up and rent bridging exists insofar as staff are studying it. How that's actually implemented is not clear at this stage. I don't think a detailed plan has been brought forward to council, and so I would just preface this by saying that a back of the napkin calculation of what that could mean. Without understanding what that policy is actually going to say, gives me some pause. I think at a very high level, if we were to talk to staff and once a policy is clear on how that's going to work, we would be potentially open to reducing other public benefits. I expect that it's going to significantly exceed $400,000 based on the math we've looked at. There's been talk of Burnaby is an example of the way they do the rent top up, which we're familiar with. And when I look at the numbers, it significantly exceeds $400,000 if that was the policy approach, if it was to mimic Burnaby.
Okay, so in Burnaby, though, only 72% of people took it up, so you've got a little bit of leeway there. So you would be into at least looking at this and negotiating about it?
In theory, although I'm not, I just don't have a high degree of confidence in how that could be done at this stage, but I guess in theory, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I'm really bad on the timing tonight, Council, so you're going to have to help me here. I was over again on that one, but that is it for questions that I can see, although something's going on with my computer, so there we go. Okay, let's see now. We have come to the end of questions for staff and the applicant, so we're going to move on to the public. Council, we have about 45 speakers to this item, 51 speakers, so we will take breaks as we go along just to make sure everybody's feeling well after a long day. We're going to start with speaker number 1, who is Daniel Holloway by phone. Daniel Holloway, speaker number 1.
Hi, Mayor Stewart and councillors. Thank you for letting me share my thoughts on the project this evening. Just have a few brief comments about the application. Being born and raised 2 blocks away from the project, I'm quite familiar with the area and the amount of density available. I moved recently to 16th and Canby, so not far away from the project, and the area is very busy, as you all know, and full of families and dogs and cats and everything else. So I was initially kind of on the fence with this project, but I think I was swayed in favor of it because of that increased park and increased density. Right now, the area's huge parking lot, a big alleyway, and my parents are still in the original house that we lived in 2 or 3 blocks away, and they're looking to downsize. So a project for renters in the area would be welcome, in my opinion. And I really hope that you do support this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move to the next speaker. We have Corey Colville, speaker number 2. Corey Colville.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Thanks, clerks. We have speaker number 3, Baldeep Singh Grewal.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Just going to try to mark these as we go. We have speaker number 4, Matthew Pryor.
Yep, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Okay, so yeah, thanks for letting me speak. So I'm a resident of this area and I'm calling in to express my concern about the proposed development. I'm not opposed to the development of the site if done appropriately. I am, however, very much opposed to the size and scale of the current proposal. 2 6-story buildings in this neighbourhood is so out of keeping with the current community that I actually thought it was an error when I first heard it. And a 500% increase in density from the current 34 units to 208 without any supporting infrastructure improvements will choke the area and negatively impact the neighbourhood and community. Local schools are already waitlisted for current residents, and local parks and community services such as the nearby Douglas Park and Hillcrest are already maxed out for many services. Traffic and parking for local residents is already a major problem, with residents often having to park blocks away when events at the local synagogue are on. Adding this much density will likely be the equivalent of that level of traffic increase on a permanent basis. You can build parking spaces, but not guarantee that they will be used. With new residents and people visiting this new complex, parking in this area will likely become unviable for local residents. An increase in density is often validated behind building affordable housing, but I question if that is actually going to be the case. This development will offer 25% of units set aside for below market rates and 75% sold at market rate. The 2 most recent developments closest to the proposed site are Heather and 17th and Chateau Laurier on Oak, both less than 400 metres from the Balfour side. Currently, 2-bedroom units in Heather and 17th are selling for $2.2 million for 1,300 square feet. Chateau Laurier on Oak was selling 2-bedroom units for $2.4 million for 1,400 square feet, and they have actually sold out. Given these market rates, it feels very unlikely that the 75% of units that are allocated to be sold at market rate are going to offer affordability for most regular families, but rather further inflate the costs in the area as a whole. The new building has 25% of units set aside for below market rate. This is 52 units total, but will remove the 34 current units. Current residents of the Balfour block have 3-bedroom rental apartments for around $2,000, less in many cases. It's highly unlikely that the current tenants will be offered the same space for the same price. So rather than improving the affordability of rental space, this will likely reduce it compared to the current situation in terms of price per square feet of available rental units. To state that this development will improve affordability in the area seems false and misleading. Similarly, the new units mention the addition of 37 childcare for 37 children. While any additional childcare facilities are welcome, the 500% increase in density will almost certainly take these spots. So rather than improving the childcare facility situation in this area, it will likely worsen it due to the density increase that brings an increased need for childcare for the new residents. So a lot of the perceived positives of this element are actually opposite and adding to the problems in the area rather than solving. I've lived there for 20 years and my wife was born and raised in the neighbourhood. I would like my kids to be raised in the area, but the 2 6-story developments would drastically change the neighbourhood and inevitably a foot in the door for future developments with the long-term implications for the entire area. There is actually already a website up showcasing these properties. The fact that there is already a website that shows that West Group consider this a done deal. And it feels like tonight we are just going through the motions of offering the community its chance to provide input before the inevitable approval process is approved. I understand it is in the interest of West Group to maximise profits by putting as many units as possible into the space, but they could easily develop this area without the need for such height and density and still make a significant profit. The desire to build 2 6-story buildings is clearly so that Mountain View units can be sold at a premium as they will have unobstructed views. This development is completely out of place with the neighbourhood, and there are many examples of city developments that would be much more in keeping with the neighbourhood and not involve 2 6-story buildings. West Group are a corporation. I'm fully aware of the driving motivation of profit over community. I asked the city, however, who we voted in, to value the considerations of the long-term family residents of the area and of the existing soon-to-be evicted tenants. This is not some NIMBY complaint, but rather a genuine concern that this is so out of place with the current neighbourhood, and I'm very concerned of the irrevocable impact it will have on the area and the community, particularly the existing tenants. Again, I reiterate that I am not opposed to developing the site, providing the existing residents are taken care of. But 2 6-story buildings and a 500% increase in density is simply too much for this area to handle in terms of existing infrastructure and services, and it will set a precedent for future development. If it were just a townhouse development, I feel you would have the support of the community around it, which currently you most definitely do not. In closing, I refer back to my earlier point that there is already a website up for these properties. West Group will no doubt speak to the fact that it features placeholder text. I work in an industry that creates screens and websites, and we use placeholder text as part of the process. Just one last final point. The one thing we never do, though, is devote time to making a screen or website that we are certain will not be needed. So it feels very much like West Group know this is already approved.
Okay.
I ask the council, is it?
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I do appreciate you calling in tonight. Thank you so much. We're on to Lisa Scott, who is speaker number 5.
Hello, my name is Lisa Scott, and I've had the very good fortune of living near the Balfour for over 27 years in 3-story walk-ups on Oak Street, 3-story walk-ups on Cambie, and for the last 20-some years in a home on the 900 block West 17th. I'm opposed to this current development application. I'm concerned about traffic, the water table situation, construction issues, climate resilience, the lack of space in nearby schools, community centers, and parks, and also that it appears that not all existing tenants will be eligible for compensation upon development. These are issues that still need to be appropriately addressed in this application and are important factors whatever is developed in this space. I'm thrilled there's going to be a childcare. It's been a very long wait for this. I'm glad there is a rental component and that below market spaces are being included. But does it have to be so ugly and ill-suited to its setting? It seems that West Group has done its best to minimize or disregard the recommendations from the Cambie Corridor Plan, previous public processes, and input from city agencies and the public. The current proposal neither creates a sensitive transition to the surrounding neighborhood, nor does it complement the surrounding single-family area. It does not maximize open space and provide visual permeability, all qualities identified by the city and the neighborhood as important. There need to be more of the larger units to accommodate families and a balance of green space to meet their needs. Designs and finishes should reflect the surrounding homes, not overpower them and confront them. This application does not approve that. There is such an opportunity here for West Group and current council to create something as special and unique as the Balfour site has been for over 50 years. Creative and innovative low-rise, ground-oriented, mixed-use housing that could be an example as to how to densify single-family neighborhoods while retaining and encouraging elements of the surrounding area and buildings that give a neighborhood its appeal. I think the 300 or more people who will be moving into this site, which is less than a city block, deserve better than what is being presented. A more thoughtful, innovative, and integrated plan is needed. West Group should not be building another skyline here. They should be enhancing a community. I ask Council to demand more of West Group and not approve this application at this time. There should be modifications to the plan to ensure that this unique site remains a positive and unique site into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. I am just checking here. I don't see any questions for you, but do thank you for calling in and sharing your thoughts. I'm going to move to speaker number 6, who is Amin Merchant.
Hi, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Hello?
Hi there.
I'm grateful
Please
for the
go ahead.
opportunity to speak at this public hearing regarding this Balfour and West Group site. My name is Amin Merchant and I am opposed to the current proposal. The opposition to this proposal now stands 5-1, and those in the approval don't even live anywhere in this neighborhood. More about this later. In numbers, that would be 136 opposed as to 25 in favor. A space of one block that has currently 39 units, this proposal that city staffers, not those of us who live on this block, to 208 units. Yes, 208 units where there are currently 39. And just the beginning of this bad faith engagement by the city. After a good deal of canvassing and consulting with residents of Canby Corridor rezoning, a few specific design parameters were accepted by the residents and the city. The city validated and endorsed those specifications, which included emphasize ground-oriented housing for families, that would be townhouses, for the majority of the site. Higher buildings would be considered closer to train and transit stops and the stations. West 18th and West 19th are a good 20-minute walk to the City Hall and Canada Line stations. From there, the rezoning and the additions to density would also have to adhere to the character of the neighborhood. This was agreed to by all of us, including the city. West Group in this current proposal has 2 tall high-rises inside a residential block. The proposed townhouses are far from ground-oriented, rather they are 4 stories high. Rather, they are taller than the current units, denser, and are designed to block all natural light from our homes during the long winter months. Why have community consultation when our feedback is not given due consideration in the city's report? The changes made in this proposal are negligible to be rendered invisible. This is in every form West Group's original design and proposal. Number 2, the visual depictions of this project are a misleading misrepresentation. They show West 18th and West 19th to be broader streets than they are, supporting two-way traffic, which it is not. 2 cars cannot pass in opposite directions on West 18th, where we live, but the visual uses skinny cars to deceive and make it seem so. Bad faith again. The current rental ball floor units house happy families. The units have good space, 3 bedrooms, and a garage. The density of the West Group proposal is nowhere near this sort of space for renters. More density, less space, and decidedly higher rent. We, the residents of this area, have been vocal and have made it abundantly clear in our feedback that the density is completely out of bounds, even the density that the city approved for the Canby Corridor. The city report barely brings it down from 1.87 to 1.81. Why is the city even considering this when all of it flies in the face of the very design and density concepts the city itself validated in 2017? 3. Privacy is a major issue. High rises looming over our homes and yards. I've not even mentioned traffic mayhem, school spaces, and distances for added families, flooding, and the shadow study. All of this has been overlooked by the city's planners and the city itself. Public consultancy should privilege those who live in the area first and foremost. Plan your city should actually be plan your community, plan your neighborhood. Those who don't live here or have no idea what a mammoth proposal like this that put up by West Group would do to their lives should not be given prominence to favor such a proposal. Why would Westerners want to have a say in a rezoning project around Main Street, Punjabi Market? Why should they really? Nobody around these blocks of West 18th and West 19th approves of this West Group proposal. And the city should not shirk its own responsibility by approving a project that goes against the design and density parameters which it approved after public consultancy in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I am just checking here, but I don't see any questions for you. So do thank you so much for coming in, and I'm going to move to the next speaker.
Well, I hope you would take my comments and give them due consideration, because this whole project and this whole process seems like a sham.
Thank you so much. You have had your 5 minutes. I do appreciate you calling, and I am going to move to the next speaker, who is Alan Beam.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Riley Park South Canby Community Vision Steering Committee. In addition, we thank the applicant, West Group, for consulting with our committee over the past couple of years, and we presented the developer with our concerns and offered numerous constructive comments. You received a copy of this correspondence on the 5th of July, plus another attachment as well that more or less updates things. So I'd just like to do a few highlights. At this time, Our committee's in basically two camps. That is, we accept some aspects of the project and reject the others. And we hope that you'll review the objections expressed before approving rezoning application. The heights of buildings 1 and 9 are probably the most contentious issue in our opposition to the application. As noted in our written submission, which you received on the 5th of July, the excessive heights received a staff suggestion to, quote, explore the reduction in height of the two buildings. From our experience, the term explore implies some wiggle room, and we can only hope, we can only hope that a revision will take place. Our PSC is on record of requesting building heights in feet or meters and not stories. Here we have an example of two 6-story buildings with a height difference of near 20 feet. The rooftop amenity is a further contentious issue, and we expressed our concern in October of 2021 when we made a submission to West Group. Since the application has decided to create a park at 19th Laurel, as well as improving the open areas in the complex, there's no need to create a silo for Building 9. And I guess it would apply to 1 as well. We want to see an enhanced community where all residents are interacting rather than isolating themselves in one building. Removing this amenity would also be the first step in reducing the height of the buildings. And the height of the buildings 1 and 9 also poses a serious shadowing problem for both the townhouses within the complex and the neighbors on 18th Avenue. And RPSC's October submission, which you have a copy of, clearly outlined our concerns. We also alluded to the dilemma the present tenants are going to be confronted with. Is there a clearly delineated plan for the temporary living accommodations when they're told to vacate their residence? The number of new units are not going to be the same that are being demolished, nor will it be the same size. And these actions seem to contradict the Canby corridor policy for unique sites. Is there a true guarantee that those tenants wishing to return to the new facilities will be paying the same rent? We have not seen a timeline for construction of the project, although we heard something this evening from the applicant, nor the phasing in process. And we're assuming now from what we heard a few minutes ago, there won't be a phasing in. A couple of positive aspects that should be noted: the creation of a child care center, which the city will be operating, or that is ownership of. And the question is, will it be open to residents, children in the immediate neighborhood other than in the complex? The overall layout, excluding the height issue, seems to be acceptable as the park on 19th and the enhanced greenery within the complex and walkways. A couple of other things to just highlight that haven't been mentioned. One, Vancouver School Board and elementary school pressure in the area. There are 2 elementary schools there, and we know that they're both at capacity. And when we look at the Canby corridor south of King Edward, there are no elementary schools in the area, and I'm not referring to a francophone school. We also elaborated in a quite detailed form on our October comment to West Group, the serious traffic issues that may arise with the development. One community center in the area, a very small one, Douglas Park, is also at capacity. Also, mention should be made of the potential flooding of the area. There are also drainage problems at this time. And when we see excavation occurring, and yes, there was a diagram in the presentation by West Group, but we still question, what may be taking place once you start opening things up. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, but do really thank you for your input today and all your service to the community. Thanks so much. I'm going to move on next to speaker number 8, Gail Holloway.
Well, hello. I'm here listening to the opposition to this development, but I'm actually in favor of the development. I've lived in this area, and unlike other speakers that said people from all over are having something to say, I've lived here for 40 years. We bought our house in 1982. And yes, there has been a lot of change, and I've seen so many single homes smashed down with the bulldozer, and I can see 3 going on today in this area. I'm actually happy to see something constructive about replacing the Balfour complex. I think it served its time. It's certainly a lovely, spacious area with lots of green around it, and I think the families that have lived there have had a good time of it. But as you know, housing in this city is at a premium. And from what I've read of the note, there's been some accommodation made to try and keep the tenants or return the tenants there. I love the idea of the green space at the corner and the idea of having a daycare. There's a lot of argument here about traffic, and I think we have to rethink about traffic. You know, everyone wants to have one or two cars. This is a bike-friendly area. So maybe some people need to reduce their car use, and that would reduce traffic and the danger you're speaking about on 18th and 19th. I think it's proposed as being sort of mixed families. One thing I didn't know about, but I did read in the notes here that it said in the notes I got that they were going to reduce the height and density. So I don't really know what the final height was, so I do understand that you don't want to be overshadowed. Nobody wants that. I don't think I have anything else to say. I don't belong to a committee. I've just lived here. I've seen how things have changed. I've seen a huge building thrown up where every suite was over $1 million on the corner of 17th and Heather. There was no argument about that. I also have in front of me a proposal by bchousebuyer.ca who wants to come into the area. You don't have to, you just buy it. There's no open house. There's no commission. Just sell it to us and we'll develop it. I don't see any pushback about that. So I would like to say I'm in support of this. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councillor Carr has a question for you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, very much appreciate your comments. I'm very interested in the last comment you made, which is you have a fire or something in front of you about somebody that just would buy a lot or buy a home, etc. I wonder if you could forward that to all of council, if it's something that could be like a photo taken up it, or if
Yeah, I actually got this in the mail, and I don't even know why I held on to it because I was so pissed off. So I can make a scan of this and send it. And who would I send it to?
Well, if you send it to all of mayor and council, all of us, it's a public hearing, so all of us have to receive the same information.
Right.
And so I don't know if the clerk can explain what the best address to use is.
Yeah,
They're just going to tell me what it is, or tell you what it is. Just 1 second.
Okay, sure.
It's just let me look here. I had at the beginning. I think it's the web form vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. I think that's the correct one. Clerks.
All right. Can you go slowly over that? What is it again?
Vancouver.ca
Vancouver.ca/ yeah.
Mayor, it's the chair here. It's the chair here. Oh, sorry, it's the clerk here. We have her email address, and we can send her the link.
Okay, we'll contact you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you. Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much. Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to we have speaker number 9, Alex. Speaker, you're still
I listened to it. They were screaming.
Hello, speaker. Could you hang up, please? Thank you so much. We have Alex Jameson, speaker number 9.
Speaker number 9 has withdrawn.
Thank you very much, clerks. We have speaker number 10, Stephen K. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I live about a block from the Belfour property site. Like most of my immediate neighbors, I'm opposed to the project. I share concerns of others. The development of the site is out of scale with the neighborhood in height, size, and density, that it will shadow many of the houses all winter long and intrude on their privacy. I also agree that it will overwhelm local school and road infrastructure, but my primary focus tonight is on flood risk. In its August 2021 application booklet, West Group promised a rainwater management plan that will process rainfall from a 10-year storm event. Though this is consistent with the city requirements, the question is it enough? And given our experience in our particular neighborhood, I do not think so. My property at Willow and 17th Avenue has suffered 6 major floods in 28 years. The city's risk management office told me after particularly heavy storms some years ago that the flooding we had was caused by a 100-year event, and therefore the city would not be held responsible. About a year later, we had an identical storm and another flood, again confirmed by risk management as a 100-year storm. Somewhat contradictory. The experience has given me a rather strong empirical baseline with which to observe subsequent storms. I strongly believe that we're getting 10-year storm events virtually every year, and that some are greater than that. The intersections of Willow Street and 17th and Willow and 18th are underwater at least 3 times a year, sometimes after only a 20-minute rainfall, heavy rainfall. As development in the area has paved over even more and more green space, more rain flows directly into the city's storm drains, often backing up into the sewer systems and from those into homes. It is not just my home. After a heavy storm, you can see trucks from almost every flood restoration company in front of neighboring houses. The neighborhood's flood risk is further exacerbated by a network of underground streams that flows through it, downslope from the 25th Avenue escarpment. This raises the question as to whether the planning department consulted with city engineering regarding the risks associated with these streams before recommending the project. I strongly suspect not. And the flood risk is bound to get worse. In its June 2016 report, Climate Projections for Metro Vancouver, regional district staff forecast that rainfall amounts will increase by as much as 60% on the wettest days by the 2050s. The City of Vancouver Rainwater Management Bulletin and the city's engineering design manual both indicate a 7% risk of storms in excess of a 10-year storm cycle. If there is this high risk of such severe storms, West Group's plans for a 10-year system give me no comfort. Is it even possible to build a rainwater management system that could entirely mitigate flood risk from such a large project, one that then consumes so much green space? This is an especially valid question with the severe storms that we know are coming. Our property last flooded in 2018, and since then our sewer backup coverage for our insurance premiums has increased nearly 400%. If we flood again, I've been warned that we may not even be able to get backup coverage. Despite terrific help and advice from staff in both street operations and in the sewer separation branch, with whom I am on a first-name basis, it could happen again. There's only so much that staff can do in such a vulnerable neighborhood. All of us who are downstream from the West Group project, those of us to the north and east of the Balfour lands, are in danger of suffering again. This puts considerable stress on all of us who have been flooded and could be flooded once more. In light of this threat, I think it would be prudent for the city to seriously consider the flood risk and insist that any future development on this site be scaled to the neighborhood's flood tolerance. The neighborhood simply does not have the infrastructure to accommodate development of this size and involving this much lost green space. In the meantime, on this one issue alone, never mind all the other problems that make this development incompatible with its surroundings, this project should not be approved as presently conceived. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you happen to read the Appendix B, which has things called conditions of approval. So things that the applicant must do. They are conditions to having a development permit. And they include design development for integrated rainwater management. I don't know if you read this, but so that it's natural landscaping, increasing plantings, bioswales along property lines, permeable
You have a
paving.
question, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he read these things and what he thinks about these, because he's a resident of the area that has water problems, and I'm wondering what he thinks about these particular solutions. Permeable paving, chain gravity-fed systems, directing water to soil or storage areas. I mean, are those the kinds of things that you would consider to be good amelioration to the problem?
In terms of their mitigation on their site?
Correct, yes.
I read over the plan in some detail, though I'm not an engineer. I am suspicious that the reservoirs can hold storm runoff in excess of 10 years. The question in my mind is, where does that water go when the reservoirs fill? We have invested literally tens of thousands of dollars in our property to mitigate flood risk in our immediate parcel, even to the point, and the city has helped. They've re-engineered parts of Willow Street, and that has helped with water over land flooding, but we still are at risk of sewer backup. And my concern is what happens if we do get a 100-year event or even a 50-year event. And with climate change, I don't think anybody in this room is going to say that won't happen. What then? I mean, I don't know. Not being an engineer, can't tell you that they can't put in a 100-year system.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I thank you for bringing this up. I get to ask, or all of us get to ask questions at the end of staff. So I will raise this as a question to staff and specifically point out this section and whether they think it's going to make a difference. You're right around the prediction of more extreme weather.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have speaker number 11, Sonia Magnuson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am opposed to this application as it stands. I wonder what this development would look like if it was truly innovative and a leading edge development to address the housing crisis in Vancouver and climate change. Would the amazing green space be retained? Would the tenants meaningfully engage and participate in the process as a full stakeholder? Would it be possible for a development to improve the neighborhood and the lives of the people rather than be full of stress, uncertainty, fear, and loss? Full disclosure, I am a nearly 10-year tenant of the Balfour Block. I am totally concerned about housing in Vancouver for my family and for my neighbors and for others who struggle with housing. The very first page of the Vancouver plan has this sentence: the goal of land use planning is to improve the well-being of people and their communities by creating convenient, equitable, healthful, efficient, safe, and attractive environments for the present and future generations. Mayor and Council, once you cover over this green space of the Balfour Block, it is gone forever. Considering the climate, and the need for outsourced spaces, it is a tragedy to cover up the green space. It is possible with courage and strong values to reject this proposal and ask for something that actually protects the green space. To answer my question about the tenants being meaningful stakeholders, yes, of course, this is possible, but again, it takes a major shift in thinking. It would be putting into action the intentions behind some larger documents, such as the National Housing Strategy Act, where sentences on development are something like this. It is not just about buildings, rather, it is about inclusive community, equality, dignity, and rights. That's a quote. I can tell you that this process is extremely biased towards the applicant and city planners. I can tell you that tenants experience the opposite of inclusive community, dignity, equality, and rights. We have experienced fragmented and minimal information that is geared towards us telling us about processes. The TRP is so inefficient for the realities of what we will face as evicted tenants, it does not soften the blow. We have experienced a privacy breach within the city that was glossed over as being, quote, not highly sensitive or confidential. Not to mention the huge power differential between the applicant, the city, and the tenants. The context we face as evicted tenants is a major disruption to our lives, logistically, financially, and emotionally. I can tell you more about that if you want to hear more about that. In addition, I want to bring to your attention that the correspondence of oppose, support, and other is extremely flawed. I read through them all, and I also compared with one other housing rezoning project. And I can tell you that some of them that were in support are very similar to the names and sometimes with similar comments to other rezoning application. The process of support, oppose, and others, I would propose that at a minimum, people should declare their connections for themselves and as a family member with the development or real estate industry. Disclosure of pertinent information, such as any connection to development or real estate, is very important for the public to know. Disclosures are standard practices for ethical businesses. Mayor and Council, we wrote our letter as the Balfour Tenants Collective, and I hope you read our asks. This is absolutely the least that you can do for tenants. In reality, probably more needs to be offered. You will hear tonight how this proposal will not add any more housing to Vancouver. You will hear how it does not meet the intentions of the Cambie Corridor Plan.
All right, your 5 minutes.
Okay, and you will hear how this process and the TRPP is wrong.
Thank you. So I'm going to have to stop you there because everybody's allowed 5 minutes, and you're over yours.
Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you. Okay, thanks very much, and coming in and expressing your views. We're going to move to speaker number 12, who is Sanja Sladajevic.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for listening to us. So I oppose the project. I lived in this neighborhood in Balfour block for over 17 years now with my family, and I enjoyed every minute. And it's really, but since the property was sold, it's been extremely stressful because it was lots of ups and downs, and we really didn't know what was going on and what is happening. So we heard a lot about the density, about the traffic, about the school space. But I would like to ask the city and the mayor about the low income and medium income families. Does anybody think about us? Because finding affordable housing is getting so difficult. And I was hoping that the developers, when they're developing something, they will have to put at least the same amount of affordable housing that was there on the property. So they are reducing. In this case, the number is going down. The size is drastically reduced. So I really don't understand. They are going to make tons of money. We all know that. But what are they giving to the people who live there for so long? So, and I've been working with government-assisted refugees for a long time. And honestly, it's really sad to see how, the number of people who can stay in Vancouver, although their port of entry to BC is Vancouver, we couldn't keep almost anybody because it's really just ridiculous how expensive the housing is. And so what is the city doing about co-ops? There are no co-ops. So I'm just thinking about just all kind of low income and medium income families. And also, when we are looking about the compensation for the tenant, I just don't understand how comes that Broadway corridor can get such a different plan than us or different compensation. I think it should be some guidelines and everybody should get, developers should have, there should be some similar rules for everyone, I think. So I think it feels sad, I've never lived in one place for this long as in Balfour properties in my life. But it feels really sad what is happening with Vancouver. I think that we are really losing that diversity. And I really don't know who is going to stay and who can really afford to live here now. So, yeah, and who is going to work? Because even, when you're looking for the staff or something, it's getting more and more difficult to find something because people cannot travel, So, yeah. So I would really, and about the compensation, I would really think that something should be done. So at least that ours should be like the Broadway corridor. They're a couple of blocks away from them. So it doesn't make any sense that they have kind of completely different plan than us. So I know it was negotiated before, but I would really appreciate if the city could have similar guidelines for everyone. And really, the developers should put, I know, and it's really nice that they will put a little park and that they're putting the childcare. That's a wonderful thing. But I think that developers can do much more than that. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. And yeah, thank you for opportunity to talk.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments. It felt like you really do understand what we are going through. So I really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. So one of the, I think it was the applicant's representative said that there's no pressure on the tenants at all right now. Would you agree with that?
So there is not really, but there is really no help at all. So we don't really get any clear answers. And as you heard tonight, although these things were proposed, like that bridging rent and everything, but it felt like it was kind of, they're not taking anything. So It doesn't really feel that there is support for us and understanding. And nobody really talked really properly with us and really listened to our issues and concerns.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask how much you rent for, how much your rent is and how many bedrooms you have?
So mine is 2-bedroom and our rent is around 1,850 now.
Okay. Have you tried looking for other places?
Yeah, I tried, but there is nothing like that. And I've been looking, because my job was kind of finding housing for government-assisted refugees, and I know that it's almost impossible to find something like that in Vancouver. So it's been really difficult.
How many people are in your household?
So there are 4 of us.
And you just have 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, 2 bedrooms. So we had kind of divided one room.
If this goes ahead and you're evicted and you have to find another place, do you think you would come back? Because they are saying that you could come back at the same rent.
I really love the neighborhood and I would love to, but everything depends actually how the things will go. And yeah, but I really would love to, and I plan to come back if there is that possibility.
Okay.
But I don't.
It's that bridging funding that's the most important, eh?
Yeah, it will be difficult, yeah, because at the moment we have kind of, yeah, my income is the main income, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, dear. Thanks for taking the time out here to come fight for your rights.
Thank you so much for listening. And really, it's not only for me, it's for other low and medium income families and tenants in Vancouver. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. That's it for questions. I will just thank you so much for coming out tonight and move on to speaker number 13, Lonnie Delisle.
Hello, Mayor and Council. That's Delisle, but that's okay.
Sorry. Yep.
I get that Safeway all the time. My name is Lonnie Delisle, as I said, and I live in the Balfour complex with my neighbors who are here tonight. And I'm against the recommendation as it stands currently. To be clear, I'm not against development. I see the need for much more affordable housing in our city, as we all do. We're all desperate for that, and specifically for more affordable rental housing. However, the Balfour buildings already provide affordable housing with a fantastic green space that could easily become a public green space. And if you want to come by, we're having a neighborhood pride party this Saturday, free hot dogs. The buildings are only 70 years old, having been well built in the 1950s. And I'm aware, though, that we need to move forward. And if council insists the only way to move forward is to allow for more demolition and reconstruction, I would suggest the following. When looking at the Broadway plan, 2/3 of all development will be rental space, much of which will be specifically affordable, which is great. Compared with the West Group plan, in which less than half of the development will be rental, which is not so great. Of that, only 25% of the proposed residential floor area will be at below market rates. The Broadway plan calls for a required increase in 2 and 3 bedroom rental units. Again, great. Whereas with the West Group plan, only 42% of all rental units are family units. And as Councillor Swanson mentioned, there will only be 3 3-bedroom units available at below market pricing. In other words, the proposed development is really for the wealthy. It is certainly not for average income earning families. It will do little to address the need for rental housing and will do virtually nothing to address the need for affordable housing in Vancouver, particularly when compared to the Balfour property that already exists. And at what cost? What environmental impact are we looking at for this relatively little gain? I applaud the Mayor and Council for your efforts with the Broadway plan in ensuring affordable housing and in protecting tenants. And I would ask that the same thoughtful approach be applied to this West Group development. I also ask that you would require the developer to increase the amount of affordable rental units and the size of the affordable rental units for this development. West Group, I'm quite confident, can still succeed whilst providing more rental space and more affordable rental space. In the event that this development is approved, I ask that the financial compensation be equal to that of the Broadway plan, as has been mentioned earlier. Mayor and Council, you have communicated that the current TRPP is inadequate, which is why you wisely set a new precedent with the Broadway plan. You have the power to do this for us as well. So if this development is approved, we would ask you please make it so. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hearing us tonight.
Thank you. I don't see questions for you, so just want to thank you so much for coming in and speaking to us tonight. And I am going to move to the next speaker, Chris Dolman, speaker number 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Dolman, as you've mentioned, and I am a resident of the Balfour block in question. I have 3 basic points that I want to make to them. I'm going to rush through pretty quickly, so make notes. It will be on the exam, and any questions you have, I can perfectly answer later. The first 2 points that I want to make is that I don't think that the towers. I don't think towers generally are a good thing. I think that it's pretty well understood that statistically people don't live as long. They're not as healthy in towers. that towers generally don't lend themselves to community building. Although you're surprised, they're in proximity of one another, all these the tenants, but they don't have the same tightness. And that's unfortunate. We need that. And the other problem with towers is that I think that there's a question of sustainability. Towers have small roofs relative to the number of people that are underneath them, and you cannot service those number of people with solar hot water, and you can't serve them with photovoltaic because there's just too many people under one roof. And the same way as the amount of rain that falls on those roofs is not sufficient to service for, let's say, flushing toilets and watering gardens. That if there's a fewer number of people, there's going to be less demand for water. I don't want to sort of carry on with those, but I do also want to carry on my second point, and that is that this development is not good for the neighborhood. It's going to have far too many people in there. It's going to be too much traffic. It's going to have many of these points have been made already. That there's going to be too much demand on the local schools. It's going to shade people's yards and homes, and it's going to block people's views. It's just overall, it's just too much for the community. And it's a loss. It's a loss of a really good community. It's a loss there was one person actually who wrote me, and he was going to write in. He lives in the States, and he wanted to know if he could come up and see his old unit. He wrote to us in a generic kind of way. And that's a testimony because he talked about what a great time he had. It's amazing testimony to have somebody phone and say, can I come back up and look at where I grew up? We had somebody in the neighborhood that did that as well. Just recently, they came by and they were playing tag, 3 girls and their daughter, and they grew up in the neighborhood. They'd lost their parents. They just wanted to get back to what they'd had, that sense of security, even though it had been a rough time for them. The third point I want to make, and it doesn't get touched on, I don't think, nearly enough, is the law. One of the things that I find quite alarming is how, well, the city of Vancouver is known to be in Canada's highest eviction rate of any city. And the reality is that those are very likely human rights violations. That when somebody comes along and gets evicted because somebody wants to rent or evict, that's a human rights violation. And the reason is it's not necessary. And that is a concern. That is a concern because this development is not necessary. This will not add more affordable housing. We'll have a net loss to us. So it's not necessary. And the reason it's not necessary is also because there's other properties. West Group has got properties that nobody is on. There's undeveloped property up in Little Mountain. There's Langara Golf Course. There's the bit of dirt between the Cambie Street corridor and Olympic Village. There's areas that can be developed. There's a possibility of land assemblies with people who are willing to sell their land and put together. This isn't driven by necessity. This is driven by something else. And the United Nations has addressed this. And the United Nations has in the Universal Declaration of the Declaration of Human Rights, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it talks about the security of person. And housing is a security of person question. Housing is, in fact, a profoundly important part of what it is to be a human being. Home is a place of sort of a sanctity. We don't want to mess with it. And yet we're evicted. We're looking at a whole bunch of evictions and evictions that are happening all over the city. And it's inappropriate because it's not necessary. There are other ways to find a good rental stock. It's not a question of stock, really. It's a question of affordability. And because of that, it's a human rights violation. The United Nations deems this to be what do they call it? They call it a forced eviction. And because it's a forced eviction, it is a gross violation of human rights. And it's only just a matter of time before some clever lawyer gets involved in this and starts class action lawsuits. But even if it weren't that, isn't it about being human? Isn't it about looking at what it is to be a human being and respecting that and not evicting people into a difficult situation? There's a lot to talk about. The red light's gone. I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you so much. That is your 5 minutes. I don't see any questions for you, but really do appreciate you coming in tonight and expressing your views on this project.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. We're going to move to speaker number 15 of 51, Sean Duncan. I think council, I'm going to just give us a break at 8 o'clock, so we can stretch for about 10 minutes. So we'll go to Sean Duncan, speaker number 15.
Hi, my name is Sean Duncan. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to my opinions. I do kind of disagree with speaker number 14 for a number of reasons. One, it's a great neighborhood. My wife and I have lived within a 10-minute walk from the Balfour project for over 10 years. I think that the fact that the developer is proposing under market rentals, and townhomes for potentially new first-time home buyers is a great addition to the neighborhood. It's such a great neighborhood. My wife and I don't have kids yet, but a huge concern that we do have is daycare. Where are we going to send our first child to go to daycare? We're going to have to drive all over town. I just really think this project is a great addition to such a good neighborhood. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but I do thank you for calling in. Council, we are going to move on now to Speaker 16 has withdrawn. So Speaker 17 is Deborah Litvack. Deborah Litvack, speaker number 17.
Hi, dear Mayor, this was the letter. Hello, Mayor Kennedy and City Councilors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my neighbors and to me. As you are tasked with considering a multitude of needs in this process, my hope, of course, is that our community members, I'm talking specifically in Balfour, will be heard and listened to, respected, and valued. I'm sorry I arrived late, so I missed the land acknowledgement, so I just want to acknowledge that these discussions in our homes are on the unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Thanks. My name is Deborah Litvack. Please let it be known that I am incredibly opposed to the project the way it is. I have lived, worked, and played in this neighborhood for 23 years and lived specifically in Balfour for 13 of those years. I'm a single mother to 2 daughters who were raised and educated in this neighborhood. I just want to say that I'm not going to be much more original than most of my neighbors, but I think it's important that you do hear, like my neighbor to my exact west, Sonia, you need to hear that we're humans and we are suffering. Councillor Swanson asked about that, and we're suffering all the time. My 2 daughters are full-time university students, but they do live with me, and I'm still responsible for them. I work nearby in the neighborhood as a social worker at Vancouver General Hospital. I walk to work. It is important to me to leave as little a carbon footprint as possible. The compensation I receive for this very difficult job is, I would suggest, insufficient, but we're not here for that. Even with below market housing, the cost of living and inflation make it impossible for me to make ends meet, even in this below market rental housing. Someone asked about the rent. I have a 3-bedroom and my rent is $1,950. If you do the math at a social worker rate, it's really, truly impossible to make ends meet. There's a staffing crisis at Vancouver General. I think we can all agree that that has a lot to do with the lack of affordable housing in the neighborhood. I believe that to be true. My family adopted a dog during COVID. His name is Bean. He's very cute. I think my neighbors hopefully agree. While he's an emotional support dog specifically to one of my daughters, it turns out that he's been of huge benefit to all 3 of us. The psychological and psychosocial stress from both COVID-19 and the 7 years we've been anticipating this move has been overwhelming. I lie awake at night wondering where we will live with our pet, how we will afford it, will my whole salary go to rent, how will I eat? Losing affordable housing in the neighborhood I've called home for a quarter of a century is frightening, it's distressing, and frankly, it's unacceptable. There is, of course, an epic lack of and critical need for local affordable housing. I don't disagree. It's impossible not to appreciate the value of our gorgeous, gorgeous land and green space. It's magic. The reason to oppose this project has to do with its purpose and the risk to those of us already living there. The project is founded, and I'm going to name it, on greed and profit. My neighbors who have spoken before me and will speak after me will point out that the current plans have fewer numbers of below market value suites than currently exist on the property, and that the same room and size suites aren't likely to be available to us. They're pushing us out to make room for more people. However, those people will have to pay for these suites either by purchasing the condos or by paying full market rent, and this project will not benefit those who desperately need affordable housing. I could go on about insufficient neighborhood infrastructure, the local schools, which are already struggling to accommodate the students, the increased car traffic, noise, pollution, the impact to our green space, and more. I'll leave the rest of that to my neighbors. I do want to comment that the extensive communication that the applicant has referred to, I must have missed it because I don't recall any of it. I do assume that the monstrosity of this project will go ahead at some point. As such, I do ask the City of Vancouver to please include the following requests in our tenant relocation protection plan. I would like help in finding supportive local comparable housing during the demolition and building phases. You've heard it's impossible to find housing. I can't imagine that I'm going to find anything if I'm lucky to find a one-bedroom that I can afford. I am asking for the top-up rent during the aforementioned time. One of the councillors, I believe it was Councillor Swanson, I could be wrong, did mention that top-up. Simple math, if it's 3 or 4 years, at $2,000, if I find $3,500, I can't even do the math. I can't afford it. I'm asking for moving in and out. Asking to move back into comparable size unit and same rent. If we're means tested, I might not make it. If we're person tested, I might not make it. What if my daughters actually move out? I'm asking to move back into the same size. I'm asking to maintain some sort of green space. I got 9 seconds. Similar tenant relocation to the other communities' Broadway corridor, a financial compensation for this stress, and a guarantee that I'll have housing for me and my kids and my pet. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much. Councillor Swanson has a question for you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, has anybody, thanks for coming in. We really appreciate it. Has anyone tried to help you find another place, or have you tried?
I look all the time, you know, casually, because I'm one of those that's going to be chained to my door when they start demolishing. So, but nobody has offered to find us housing or to assist in that process, no.
Have you had any dealings with any tenant relocation people or anything?
Just the Somerville folks once, like nobody outside of them.
What happened?
He just explained to us why he'd been hired, and I think he's hired to tell West Group what to do once you guys decide. That's how I understood it.
Okay. And you don't think there's any comparable housing that you could afford in the neighborhood?
I don't think so. I mean, I've talked to some of my neighbors who have these gorgeous laneway houses, and the rents are like $3,500 for a teeny tiny 2-bedroom. I do want to stay in my neighborhood. I do want to walk to work. I don't think so. I don't think so, no.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Sorry you have to go through this hassle.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry has questions for you.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Fry?
Oh, is the speaker still there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted some clarification on the nature of the engagement, because I was of the understanding that the tenant relocation specialist would have, you know, sort of determined your situation, you know, the fact that your daughters live with you and that you have a dog, and there's been none of that engagement?
I told them, sorry, we were asked a couple times to do surveys, the same survey twice. And from the tenant specialist, no, it was just an introduction. Hello, how are you? Do you have any questions?
So nobody's really detailed your particular living circumstances as yet?
No. Well, not outside the survey that I submitted that a couple of months ago. No, nobody has spoken to me physically about Debbie, Shayna, and Jillian. No.
And so what was the gist of the survey you submitted?
That I'm 3 people and I want to stay in. I can't really remember the details, but it was like just who I am. Nothing. I'm sorry. I would have to look it up again.
No, that's totally fine. I mean, I'm curious if it did include the notion that you have a dog, because that's certainly one of the challenges.
It was. Thank you. Sorry, my memory is as far as this morning, but I do remember not having extensive communication.
Fair enough. So looking forward, if the tenant relocation sort of protected you and got you back into a you know, a similar kind of unit and took care of you in the interim, you'd be okay with the gist of the form of this development? It's really about the tenant protection relocation part?
No, I didn't say that. It's partly about tenant relocation, but partly about affordable housing for everybody. The math doesn't add up. Like, it's my understanding that we need housing in Vancouver. The housing as proposed, even the rentals, at market value, I fear may be quite costly for people. I don't believe that it's adding sufficient affordable housing for our neighborhood.
No, that's fair. I don't disagree with you. I mean, it's
Yeah.
private developers aren't going to be able to do that, though. That's sort of an ask of,
I know.
of the provincial or federal government. But okay, appreciate it though. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hey. Nope, that's it for questions. Thank you so much for coming in, though. And I'm going to go to the next speaker. Actually, Council, we are at 7:58. So why don't we everybody just take let's say 10 minutes just to kind of stretch and just give everybody a break. So we'll come back at 8:08, and then we'll be on to speaker number 18, Rochelle Lee. 8:08, and we'll come back and talk to Rochelle Lee, speaker number 18. So we got about a minute.
Yep, you have bare quorum.
Right. Okay, Council, we have speaker number 18, Rochelle Lee, next. Rochelle Lee, speaker number 18.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. How about number 19, Ashley Andrews?
No, not on the line.
Thank you. How about Bona Kokayend? Bona Kokayend?
Speaker 20 is, yeah, Speaker 20 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you, clerks. How about John McCartney, speaker number 21?
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name, I go by Ian McCartney, actually. I am a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I also live just a block from these units on West 20th Avenue. And knowing that these are rental units, my heart honestly sank when I saw the rezoning signs go up. In Vancouver, it really does seem that those are as good as eviction notices. And as someone who has been renting in the same building for nearly 10 years, just a block away, the thought of eviction is terrifying to me, largely because the current protections for renters are so inadequate. So at the same time as I truly do empathize with my neighbors, I live also in fear of the same thing happening to me. And so I'll use myself as an example. It's not going to be a direct parallel, but will illustrate, I think, a lot of the same points because I've been renting the same unit for 10 years. I pay roughly $12.25 per month for my one-bedroom apartment. CMHC, though, puts the average rent in my area at $1,645 a month. That's a difference of over $400 each month. And there are thousands of renters in Vancouver who are in positions similar to mine, where to be evicted would mean a very significant increase in cost of living. For many, perhaps even most, it would be an absolute financial disaster. The current PRP fails in several areas. I'm primarily going to focus on the absence of a rent top-up for tenants who must leave their homes due to redevelopment, because there is a massive disconnect here. So if I were evicted, even if I were able to, move back into a unit at the same price I'm paying now, I still have to spend years paying current market prices while the development is built, just as my neighbors would in case of the proposed development. Despite, of course, being just 2 and 3 blocks removed from eligibility in part of the Broadway plan. Now, Stats Canada has the average personal income in Vancouver for 2020 at $40,000, of which you would likely be taking home $33,000. So if we go back to that $400 a month increase, that's $4,800 per year, or around 14.5% of the median take-home income in Vancouver. Average rent in this area, again, $1,645 for a one-bedroom apartment. Completely different case for tenants in the Balfour block. It's going to be very much more expensive than that. But even in a one-bedroom apartment, according to CMHC Stats Canada, leave the median earner with just $1,082 per month after deductions and rent. that leads, after say $100 for utilities, $80 for a phone, at least $100 for transportation, transit, $350 a month for groceries. You're at $402 per month for clothing, auto or bicycle repairs, entertainment, eating out, everything. That doesn't leave really anything for emergency expenses. And all this is assuming that you're debt-free, without children or medical expenses. And in regard to the compensation paid for renters to relocate, it's important to note that this does not address the underlying issue in such a circumstance, which is the extreme cash flow issues that this will be causing people. Compensation will not last forever and only postpones the problem. I would know, I actually, for a living, give financial advice to people in Vancouver. Some of the best advice I could give to someone, unfortunately, who's paying nearly half their pre-tax income to rent is to find somewhere cheaper to live. And that is simply not realistic in this city. So please consider the well-being of the people who are impacted by rent evictions and dem evictions. Someone who spent 5, 10, 15 years, or, really, honestly, someone who spent 6 months paying for a home does not deserve to be kicked to the curb the moment a more profitable opportunity crops up for a wealthy corporation. Housing is a human right. We live in a world, of course, where it is treated as a commodity. The working class are being throttled as a result. So please do what you can to at least allow people to keep living near their friends, near their workplaces, near their families. Until all residents are adequately compensated and cared for, I think that the only conscionable decision is to vote against this application, and I ask that you do so until these issues are addressed.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. So we're going to move to the next speaker. We have Jessica Gutt, speaker number 22. Jessica Gutt?
Yeah, good. Close.
Good. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, Council. Yeah, my name is Jess Goot, and I'm here to oppose this rezoning. I'm here as a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union and also as a friend and a neighbor to the residents of Balfour Block. I first met this beautiful community a number of months ago when they reached out to the VTU about their impending dem eviction. Ever since, it's become increasingly clear to me that development in the city proceeds with the intent of maximizing developer profits with very little regard for the lives and homes of tenants like these. And it's really not just the physical buildings that we're talking about, but the relations, the connections, and the entire worlds that these tenants depend on. People seem to think that renters are not entitled to any sense of belonging in their homes or their neighborhoods. Displacement to you, Council, may just look like moving around lives like pieces on a chessboard. But to the people that you are displacing, you are destroying entire communities and making it almost impossible to find a new place to live that is affordable and adequate. Now, don't get me wrong, I know that we need greater density. We need more housing. But what is happening here and all across the city is not densification. It is gentrification, pure and simple. It is pushing out these low and middle income tenants to pave the way for market rate housing that only the rich can afford. And let's not pretend that we are also building new units of actually affordable housing. As other tenants have said before me, this development will actually involve a net loss of below market units, and all 25 of those below market units that will be built will likely go to returning tenants, meaning there's not going to be any new below market units being built. So let me say it clearly, gentrification is a municipal crime. The city continues to act as the obedient handmaiden to real estate capital, greenlighting the displacement of low and middle income tenants from their homes in the name of wealth accumulation. And let's not forget that this is a process that is subsidized by all levels of government. In 2021, West Group received $349 million in federal financing through low-cost loans to build new, unaffordable rental homes for the rich. Let's also not forget that West Group is simultaneously evicting 100 tenants at 1450 West Georgia downtown from similar below-market units. So I ask you, Council, where do you expect these tenants to go? Where do you think they can afford to live? Do you not realize that mass evictions are the precursor to mass housing insecurity and homelessness? At the VTU, we've talked to hundreds of tenants across the city, many who are fully expecting to be living in their cars on the street when they are dem evicted, rent evicted, or just plain evicted, by landlords who are seeking to increase their profits. Existing tenant protections are fully inadequate to keep tenants securely housed, especially in the years that they're out of the unit, like the Balfour tenants. And let me also say that we're not interested in your election time promises. People in this city are dying due to your policies and your refusal to actually protect tenants. Kennedy Stewart, you promised to extend Broadway plan protection citywide. That is what these tenants are asking for tonight. So I therefore call on you and on City Council to oppose this rezoning application unless these tenants' demands are met. So I will repeat these asks. Do not pass the rezoning unless all tenants are provided with top-up rents, include all tenants at the time of eviction in the protections, include the right of first refusal to return to the same unit size and type, moving in and out expenses, and the right to remain in an interim unit at an old rent if it minimizes disruption. So these tenants are already losing their homes, and they are forced to live in a state of fear and financial insecurity. The least that you can do is listen to them and cast your vote in a way that makes it clear that you are not simply a facade for real estate interests. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker, but thanks so much for participating tonight. Leslie Paris is speaker number 23. Les Paris.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart and City Councilors. I've been a resident of the 900 block of West 18th since 2007, and I strongly oppose this plan. To vote yes would be to throw the Canby plan out the window. The Canby plan specifically states that new development on this site should, I quote, emphasize ground-oriented housing for families, townhouses, for the majority of the site. It suggests the possibility of 4 to 6 story buildings only at the western end, not the western half, the end. West Group proposes something totally different, that the western half of the property be mostly 6-story buildings with 4-story buildings as far as Laurel. The Canby plan says that the existing rental units should be replaced. West Group's plan doesn't include enough 3-bedroom rental apartments to replace what it wants to destroy, and it includes fewer affordable units. West Group would effectively renovict many of my neighbors across the street. Their plan guts affordable, spacious family rental housing. The Canby plan says the project should, I quote, complement the surrounding single-family area, and it calls for, I quote, a sensitive transition to the surrounding neighborhood. West Group's project would loom over 18th Avenue, blocking the sun. A sensitive transition would not leave those of us on the north side of 18th in shadow all winter long, most of the day, at a real cost to our enjoyment of our homes. The plan is too tall and inappropriate for this interior block. City planners didn't include the shadow study in their report to you, but I did. I think they hid this information because it's so damning. 18th Avenue is just too narrow for this much height. We need new housing. That's not in dispute. But who stands to gain the most here? West Group, a privately owned real estate developer, will make millions. Wealthy investors, according to Statistics Canada, represent 43% of all purchasers of new builds in Vancouver since 2016. They will buy almost half of the new condos and townhouses for their investment portfolios. The losers in this plan would be the people who currently live here and who rejected this proposal by a ratio of more than 5 to 1. 136 people opposed the plan, only 25 supported it, and another 24 felt mixed. Residents know it's too big and dense for our block and unfair, both to owners and renters. So please make this plan a better fit with the neighborhood and the Canby plan. Give us densification that's contextually sensitive, as the Canby plan requires. Toward this end, the 2 tallest buildings on the western side of the lot should be scaled back to 4 stories from 6, since they already take up much more floor space than the Canby plan proposed. None of the buildings should be allowed to have overly high ceilings. West Group wants up to 15 feet per floor, or be capped by needlessly high roofs. The rental unit should include more larger individual units to replace the ones West Group wants to tear down, and there should be nothing over 3 stories on the eastern side. There's nothing green about this plan. Our local elementary schools are already over capacity, forcing kids to travel past Granville to attend school. More density won't enhance area walkability. West Group wants to remove green space that keeps our neighborhood cooler in the summer, and their plan will make our homes cooler in the winter due to excessive shadowing. We need soil to absorb winter storms due to regular flooding in this neighborhood. The massive loss of green space is more than an aesthetic issue. Unlike West Group, the neighbors don't have a PR firm. But if you've spent time on this block, you'd know how inappropriate and steroidal this proposal is. The city planner report deliberately blunts our opposition, always putting positive comments first. It avoids pointing out how few people were in favor, and it doesn't address our concerns about overdensification, building height, or renoviction. Please, if community feedback actually matters, please make this plan reasonable. We can add density to the city while still respecting the Canby plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but do thank you so much for coming in and sharing your thoughts this evening. We're going to move on to speaker number 24, John Pitcher.
I am a homeowner who's lived in this neighborhood since 2008, and I oppose this proposal. This proposal serves the interests of developers and investors, not those of residents and renters. Compared with other so-called unique sites identified in the Canby Plan, the Balfour Block is unusual in that it's an interior block surrounded on 3 sides by single-family homes and on the 4th by a synagogue. The only other sites besides the Balfour Block situated in an interior block is the Oak Apartment site, which stands between the Mammoth Oak Ridge development at 41st and Canby and the adjacent residential neighborhoods. 4 of the unique sites lie on Oak Street, 1 on 57th Street, and 1 on 49th east of Canby. So the Balfour site is unique among the unique sites in that it is not on a major artery or thoroughfare. Because the unique sites are mainly on major streets, the development policies for these sites includes provisions for mid-rise buildings higher than 12 stories. In addition, 6 of the sites will include towers. These unique sites are a windfall for developers, but at least they stand a chance of increasing the stock of affordable housing with requirements of 20 to 25% below market rentals as standard. By contrast, the West Group proposal fails to provide affordable housing, as the other speakers have made clear, because the residential context of the development limits the building height. Even 2 6-story mid-rise apartment buildings do not provide sufficient affordable housing in the current proposal. The Canby plan rationalizes 6-story buildings on the site by referring to a need to, quote, accommodate housing diversity and affordability. In other words, the developer can pay the cost of below-market rentals through increased density and height. While this formula may appear sound in the context of mid-rise apartments and towers on Oak and Canby, it leads to a gross violation of scale when applied to an interior residential neighborhood. In closing, even with 6 stories, the proposal fails to increase the city's stock of below-rental housing. There aren't enough of these to accommodate the current renters, let alone add to existing stock. In this respect, the proposal not only fails to achieve its objective, it displaces renters and provides them with smaller, more expensive apartments. Make no mistake, the Canby plan for unique sites has provided an astounding windfall for developers. The plan allows developers to build several thousand new units over and above the 20% below market rentals that are standard in this proposal. In the context of this astounding windfall, it is not clear to me why the Canby plan failed to recognize Balfour as a unique site, or why it makes sense to contemplate a lower mid-rise 6-story apartment in an interior block. I urge the council to resist the architectural discourse that normalizes financially driven design, to recognize how out of step with the community this proposal is, and to insist on substantive changes in any subsequent proposal. There is nothing inevitable about the scope of this project. There is no good reason why West Group can't be asked to produce a revised plan, one which takes seriously and incorporates the community voices that this council is bound to honor and respect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you so much for coming in tonight. And there are no questions, so I will move to the next speaker. Council, we have Jeffrey Kitchen, speaker number 25 of 51. Jeffrey Kitchen.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Laura Lee Delbrook, speaker number 26.
My own timer. My name is Laura Lee Delbrook, and I have lived in the Balfour Block for 21 years. My husband and I are raising our 2 children here, and I am opposed to the development. In my presentation, I will provide an overview of the Balfour Block housing asset. I'll explain why I'm opposed to the development and outline what I would like Council to do. Next slide, please. The Balfour Block is an outstanding housing asset. It's 34 units of affordable, high-quality family rental. 26 of them are 3 bedrooms and 8 are 2 bedrooms. It's a home to a vibrant community. The majority of our rents are below $2,000 monthly, which is commensurate with the MIR. And 36% of the 3-bedroom inventory in South Granville alone are on this site. Next slide, please. I'm opposing this development for 2 main reasons, although I support many of the ones that we've heard so far. One is the net loss of 3-bedroom rental units, and the second is the inadequacy of the tenant protection plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison of the unit mix between the existing and the proposed. And if you'll take note, please, that there's going to be a 50% reduction in the number of 3-bedroom units from 26 to 13. And if you look at that far right column, I want to highlight the drastically low inventory that you have of 3 bedrooms in the Granville Oak area. There are only 73. And this highlights the need for more 3 bedrooms, not less. Next slide, please. The Canby Corridor Balfour Block Unique Site Policy states, new development will be expected at a minimum to replace existing rental units. I think it is very reasonable to interpret this to mean replace like for like by unit type. For example, a 3-bedroom unit replaced with a 3-bedroom unit, not replaced by a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom. The proposed development does not meet this requirement. And as I pointed out earlier, there's a loss of 13 3-bedroom units. And the new rental building displaces 3-bedroom units with 2-bedroom units. Next slide, please. And I think the key point is that a 2-bedroom is not equivalent to a 3-bedroom. 3-bedroom units offer families so much more flexibility in terms of ability to increase your family size, multi-generational living, housing students and adult children, and working from home. And then the 3-bedroom rental units are in incredibly short supply, and losing the 13 Balfour units is an 18% reduction in the total supply in our area. And you were asking earlier about whether we could find places in our area. I think this kind of vacancy and availability says that it's going to be very hard for us to be relocated in our neighborhood. The second, the second point I'd like to make is about the inadequate tenant protection provisions. I think this has actually been quite well covered, but some of the key gaps are the costs of interim housing while waiting to return. I was doing a bit of a calculation, and I think it would cost our family, could be up to $18,000 a year additional to cover interim housing. the right to return at the same type unit as what you're being evicted at, and then the exclusion of some tenants. And again, others have reminded you the Broadway plan, through that plan, through that process and discussions, council and staff acknowledged that the city's TRP is inadequate. And by adopting the plan, you've acknowledged that, and then you've adopted protections that increase supports and protections for tenants. Next slide, please. So what would I like to see council do? I'd like to see at least two changes, that we see an increase in the number of 3-bedroom rentals from 13 to 26 to ensure replacement. And this could actually be accomplished quite easily by taking away 3 to 4 2-bedrooms and reducing the total rental units by only 4, from 99 to 95. And the second piece would be to enhance the TRP to match the Broadway plan. I don't know whether it's reject or amend, but I would want to see these changes. Next slide, please. So the last two slides would just be about how you would amend it, requiring a minimum of 3 bedrooms. Next slide, please. This would be again about enhancing the TRP, right to return to the same unit, a right of refusal option that could be satisfied in another building,
Sorry,
and then temporary rent top-up. Yeah.
You're at your 5-minute limit, but you do have questions from Councillor Dejanova.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I was trying to frantically write that down. Have you, or could you send your presentation in? I suppose the clerks have it, so I'm not quite sure.
Yes, I could.
Thank you very much.
However, someone will email me, or they actually have it. I think the clerks have it, so I don't know.
Can the clerks circulate that? That would be great. And I do have another question for you, and that is regarding the 26, you wanted to see 26 3-bedroom units, is my understanding. Is that correct? Would that be to replace the
that would replace the existing number?
And you would
at a minimum
require them to be at the same size?
I think the issue would be that it's 3 bedrooms. Size, I mean, we're in townhomes. I don't know if it's realistic that it could be the same size, although I think our units are maybe 1,000. They may be similar sizes, so square footage wise.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but for a 3-bedroom right now, it's about 1,000 square feet. That's what you'd guesstimate.
Sorry, our current?
Yeah, your current.
No, we think it's higher. Well, because we have 3 floors. Yeah, so there's flexible space. We have basements as well. So it's
so the size of the unit. Okay, all right, that's good to know.
And I'm in a 3-bedroom.
And you would expect that those 26 units the first right of refusal would be given to all of the tenants now, as has been stated. Okay, and at the
rents at which we're leaving. Okay, it's what the Balfour.
I just wanted to clarify. I was trying to frantically write that down. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. Really appreciate that.
Councillor Dominato, questions too?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. It's really well done. I just had a quick question based on you've made a couple of recommendations to council to consider in terms of amending the recommendations. In the event that was accomplished, would you likely see yourself wanting to return, because recognizing there's displacement potentially if this is approved and relocation for a period of time? But as an individual and a family, would you likely take advantage of that, of coming back?
I think I have to leave that option open. It's a really important option. And yes, I think we would very much consider coming back. I think the second piece, though, your Broadway plan included and added in the opportunity to do a right of first refusal in a different building, so that you might well be rehoused and be able to stay there again at the same rents. And I think that would be giving as many options as possible to us as renters is really important.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you so much. That is it for questions. Do appreciate you coming in this evening. Thank you so much. Next, we have speaker number 27 and 51, Molly Kavanaugh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please. Hi there, up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Hello and good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. My name is Molly, and I'm a local resident in favor of this proposal. This is a large site, and it's a beautiful leafy area of Vancouver, and I support maximizing the amount of families that can enjoy the benefits that this project has to offer. As somebody who is expanding my family, I really like that this is a project that's almost 60% family-oriented. If approved, families like mine can live in a ground-oriented or low-rise building with a daycare on site and a park. It steps out from our door, and we could enjoy it with our dog. To me, it feels like this project will fit in nicely with the surrounding area and become a great example of better use of large sites with aging rental stock. I'd also like to say, as a teacher who used to work in a school nearby to this site, this is a fantastic family neighborhood that more people should really be able to enjoy. I don't see much reason not to approve this project. Thank you. I hope you consider voting in favor of this project.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so we will move on to the next speaker, but thanks so much for calling in tonight. We're on to Anna Elger, 28, speaker 28.
It is Anna Alger, but you were close. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a tenant living just 2 blocks north of the proposed Balfour Block redevelopment. I'm also a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union in the Fairview neighborhood chapter. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning, and I speak in support of the following demands from the Balfour Tenants Collective regarding the proposed redevelopment. Top-up rents during the interim up to CMHC average rent for new market rentals, including all tenants at the time of an eviction notice in the TRPP, the right to return to the same unit size in the new development or a larger unit if needed according to CMHC guidelines, complete coverage of moving out and in expenses, the right to return to a comparable unit type, i.e. townhouse to townhouse, and the right to remain in an interim unit if it minimizes disruptions and stress for the tenant. So the Vancouver Tenants Union has been campaigning for the city to fix their broken tenant protections since 2019 and has specifically called for Vancouver to match Burnaby's tenant assistance plan, which requires developers to offer tenants a suite in a newly built unit at the same rent they were previously paying and provide a rent top-up while the unit is being built. Without rent stabilization during the redevelopment, the right to return is a hollow promise for the majority of tenants. Broadway plan protections, which are similar to Burnaby's, need to be extended citywide, including the right to return at the same rent and rent top-ups. And the mayor recently called for this to occur, and we as tenants need this to be implemented. Tenants must also be given the right to organize and form tenant associations without the risk of eviction. I hope you are willing to uphold and meet the demands these tenants have put forward and extend genuine tenant protections to all renters in Vancouver. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so just appreciate you calling in tonight, and we will move on to Rebecca Brassard. Rebecca Brassard, speaker 29. Clerks, do we have Rebecca Brassard, either in person or online? Speaker number 29.
Yeah. Mayor, I'll just jabber you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks so much. We're speaker 29 is spoken, so we're going to move on to speaker number 30, Liam Begley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, Council and Mayor. Thank you for your time. I'll keep my comments as brief as possible. I am speaking in opposition to this application as it stands and in support of the Balfour tenants who have spoken, whose letter you have received and whose demands at this point I'm sure you're aware of. I will only very quickly reiterate them. Top-up rents for all tenants while displaced include all tenants at time of eviction notice in the TRPP. The right of first refusal to return to the same unit size as currently living in, i.e. a 3-bedroom back to a 3-bedroom in the new development, or a larger unit if needed according to CMHC housing guidelines. Moving out and in expenses completely covered, and the right to remain in an interim unit if it minimizes disruption and stress for the tenants. Speaking for myself, I have been renting in Vancouver for 15 years. I am also a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union. My concern as a tenant is that much needed new rental housing will be built on existing rental housing, replacing affordable existing units and displacing tenants in order to create a thin net gain of units years down the line. This project, in particular, will replace 34 existing affordable rental units with 25 medium income rental units in, I believe the applicant's estimate was 32 months. On the subject of replacing aging rental stock, it is notable to me that I am currently sitting in a 112-year-old house that is in no danger of being demolished, and that the Balfour block is roughly 68 years old. There are single-family homes across the street from the Balfour block that are well over 100 years old as well. They are not concerned in aging rental stock that requires development. The Balfour block is not at the end of its habitability. It is merely at the end of its extractable wealth. Renters are consistently told in the city that we must give up our aging units to create necessary density. Meanwhile, housing projects are shrunk and shortened to protect homeowners from possible shadows and safeguard neighborhood character. It truly feels that it's only a housing crisis when you condemn evict tenants. I can't help but note that the applicant does not know how much a rent bridge would cost the project, but is absolutely certain that if such one was put in, they would have to scrap the daycare. I also note the applicant and the relocation specialist were quite clear they intended to only negotiate relocation with individual tenants. I can only observe that an organized tenants union standing up for each other's rights and showing solidarity to one another is something they will not accept, but that the right for tenants to organize and work towards their common goods is something that must be protected by the city. In closing, the Balfour tenants paid for these buildings over decades and built the community that the applicant will advertise to attract new residents. They are now being repaid with displacement. A fair application of the tenant relocation policy as requested by the Balfour Tenants Collective will help honor that contribution of time. That's all I have to say. If there are any questions.
No, I don't see any questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in tonight. I am going to move to the next. Good day. Thank you. Have a good night. Speaker number 31 is Bailey Tomar.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments today. My name is Bailey Tomar. I'm a neighbor of the Balfour block. I'm a couple blocks away, and today I'm actually speaking on behalf of a tenant in the Balfour block who, despite the comments of the developers, still feels fearful of speaking up today. So I will be reading a letter on her behalf and hoping to bring a human face, as many of the tenants have done today, to a problem which for many of you feels like a stamping exercise on paper.
I'm just going to pause you there for a second,
Sure.
speaker, and just check with the clerks. 1 second, please. Just one moment, speaker and council. I'll be right with you. Hi, Speaker. I've just been reviewing the bylaws with the clerk. During this process, which is quasi-judicial, we need folks who are speaking to speak on their own behalf. However, if you provide the letter to the clerks, they will distribute it to the council.
Would it be possible for me to share the story of a friend, even if it's like
where it sounds like a way around the same thing. So we really just want you to speak about your own experience and your thoughts on this project from your perspective. And then if you'd like to, if you'd like to share your friend's written letter, that's also allowable.
Point of procedure.
Councillor Swanson, point of procedure.
Yeah, I move that we waive the procedure rules to hear this speaker. Blowback from landlords to tenants is a real thing, and I think we need to acknowledge that as part of our commitment to inclusivity.
Okay, I'll have to check with clerks. I'll be right back. Thanks. Council, we're just checking if this is a procedural bylaw or a charter requirement. If it's a charter, we can't waive it, but if it's a procedural bylaw, we may be able to. So I'll be right back to you. Council and Speaker, we're just going to take 5 minutes as we check into this. I'll be, let's come back at 8:57. Cameras back on. Have a ruling now from law. So we've determined it's, just wait for everybody to get their cameras back on because we don't have quorum at the moment. We're getting close here. For Councillor Fry, I think we should be okay with quorum. Okay, so this is not a charter requirement. I'm just being cautious because we're in a quasi-judicial setting. Public hearing is different than a regular council meeting. So this is falls under procedural bylaw 13.19 that a representative speaker may only speak on behalf of other persons or corporations if those representatives.
Mayor, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's the clerk here. Can I just please watch out for my jab before you continue?
Okay, thank you so much. Just 1 second, Council. Okay, law has gone back now to review. Let's look again, so we'll take another.
Just a point of procedure, Mayor, if I may.
Yep, just before recess again.
Yeah,
Yes, Council.
just in the interest of time, my point of procedure is just legally, because we're in public hearing, it's a quasi-judicial body, and Councillor Carr, I don't want to speak for her, but she and I both, I think, might recall the first Shaughnessy HRA public hearings. We had to repeat those public. It is a question. It is a question. It's a point of procedure 3 times because there was a variation in procedure. So my question is, could there be a legal challenge if there were people who wanted to come to speak tonight or who weren't aware that other people could speak for them, and so I'm just asking you to ask law that while we're recessed, if that's possible.
I am checking with law. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. And probably back at 9:08, Council. decision here. Just wait for everybody to get back on. So, just waiting a few more folks. Councillor Fry, Councillor Weeb, I think. Councillor Fry and Councillor Weeb. As the way to proceed, it would be for the author of the letter to submit the letter to council through the web form, and then allow the speaker to talk about their own experience and how they've been impacted by their friend's experience. So that is to speak personally about how this affects them. However, Councillor Swanson's motion on the floor is whether council can override this bylaw. Law says yes, and under section 13.23 of the bylaw for submission of public comments. So, so we have a motion on the floor that I believe, clerks, I think it was seconded. Was Councillor Swanson's motion seconded? I think it was.
It was not seconded.
Okay, so we have Councillor Swanson has a motion on the floor to override the bylaws, and in order for that to proceed, we need a seconder. I don't hear a seconder, so so speaker, I don't know if the speaker's still there. I'm sorry this has taken so long. So what I would ask you to do is to submit your letter to the through the web form or to the clerks, and then to speak about your own experiences in terms of how your friend's situation has affected you. Sorry, that's complicated. It's just that there are procedural those are our procedural bylaws.
Just a point of procedure, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
And my apologies, or maybe I should ask the question of the speaker after they speak. Is the speaker number 29 that's speaking right now Rebecca Brassard, or is it someone on behalf of Rebecca?
It's not really a procedural question.
Oh, sorry, 31. My apologies.
Yeah,
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got my names correct. Thank you very much.
Yeah, speaker number 31 is Bailey Tomar, who I hope is stuck with us through all this.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for looking into this. I'm sorry to hear that I will not be able to speak on behalf of my friend. I know that she was really looking forward to having her voice heard, which I think is what this council meeting is for. But in lieu of that, I will say something on my own behalf. I obviously don't have anything prepared because I was really hoping to speak on behalf of someone who is living through such a crisis, because I think it's pretty easy to talk in abstracts, and it's pretty hard to live in the concrete details of a dem-eviction and a renoviction. And, you know, this isn't the first one in the city, nor will it be the last, especially given the kind of incentives for developers here today. And, you know, that's kind of why I'm here, is as a fearful, you know, renter and as a friend of people who have been evicted. And the thing that I will ask today is hopefully for council, for you to ask more. Developers have a pretty easy time putting through whatever plans that they want to. And, you know, there was some comments about whether or not the rent bridging project would be possible. And, you know, we had some pretty compelling cases why a few $100,000 would really just sink the company. But, you know, despite those kind of compelling cases, I really hope that today we can ask for more, and ask for more by saying no. The tenants here today have put out some pretty simple asks. And, you know, this is their lives on the lines. And I really hope that, you know, this is a council where people's lives matter more than just getting through the developers' applications. And so with that, I'll just kind of end with the asks of this tenant group, you know, who's been working so hard and been really experiencing probably one of the most stressful experiences of their lives. You know, they've put together this really brilliant ask. And so I'll repeat that: one, that the tenant relocation and protection policy guidelines be extended to all currently tenanted households. So that is everyone who's there, regardless of how long they've been there. And that B, the Appendix B of the report, Section 214C2, be amended to add that provided with a rent top-up option as per the policy before issuing a demolition permit. This is that top-up question. And as we've seen, the Broadway plan has those protections, and I can't think of a single reason why such a protection wouldn't apply to someone outside of that neighborhood. And the last ask for this group is that the proposal also include a public park dedication at the southeast corner of the site and consist of 208 total residential units, including 58 strata-titled townhouses, 51 strata-titled residential units, and 99 secured rental units, including 34 rentals at below market rates. So that's all I'll say today. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and hopefully one day tenants will feel free to be able to speak out for their own rights and for their own interests, because as we know, it's pretty hard to rent in the city, and the fear of being muzzled by your landlord is pretty real. Thank you.
Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions for you. So I am going to move on to the next speaker. We have Lucas Jenkins, speaker number 32.
Hi, Speaker.
Hello?
This is the city moderator. Hi, yes.
We can hear you now. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors and everyone tuned in this evening. My name is Luke Jenkins. I live near the proposed development. I'm in full support of the proposal to build a range of housing options, including rental, affordable, and market housing in this transit-oriented, amenity-rich location. As a parent of 2 young children, I see childcare facility and this proposal as a huge benefit to future residents and neighbors. My wife and I were lucky to find childcare in the neighborhood for our 2 kids, but many of our friends have really struggled to secure childcare close to home. My wife is a nurse at BGH, which employs more than 14,000 full-time and part-time staff, with employees commuting from across the Lower Mainland. Purpose-built rental housing at this location will help critical community service providers, nurses, hospital staff, paramedics, as well as doctors to find housing close to work. The unfortunate reality is the critical care providers that we depend on have to commute from elsewhere because we lack affordable or any available housing options in the city. This project with over 200 homes will help address this. My wife and I now live in a duplex not too far from this site. We started out renting, we managed to purchase a small condo, then a larger condo, and we now reside in a duplex. This is a common experience for many, and I believe it's important we continue to develop infill options for diverse needs of our residents, from below market rental all the way up to larger stratified townhomes and duplexes. This is a unique opportunity where this site can provide the spectrum, along with green space and childcare. My understanding is that the developer can proceed with a townhouse project without this, this whole process, and the reality that they're offering so much more. Really, it's hard to listen to all these naysayers. I understand that there's the struggle for the existing tenants, but the reality is that much wider group of people trying to find homes in this city, and this addresses way more than the existing tenants in providing that housing. And for reasons for this, I encouraging you to support this application. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but do thank you for calling in tonight. We have Andrew Seymour, speaker number 33.
Hi there, can you hear me?
You can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, councillors. Thanks for taking the time. My name is Andrew Seymour. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. Recently moved not too far from the site that we're looking at this evening. I'm in full support of this project. I've listened to the many speakers before me, shared great perspective, on the diversity of housing. I'll try and be brief and not repeat too much of what others have said. This project delivers, some badly needed housing to the city, some over 200 homes, and without getting that, number of homes and increased density to a great site on the west side, I think it would be a huge loss for the city. You know, before purchasing a house here on the west side, which we were fortunate enough to do, my family rented for a long time. We had greatly struggled to find renting for our family. We have 2 young boys, and you know, housing, you know, is just always been a challenge, and finding rental or any sort of available housing has just been a huge challenge. I don't have any concerns with the density. You know, I think it falls within the neighborhood plan, and you know, there's close to transit and you know, big employer like BGH, and I think it's a useful project. And one of the main things that I really personally like about it is the daycare. We're still looking for daycare for our 2 young boys, and really struggling to find that. So I think it's you know, a great part of this project, and so I'm in full support of it. So I hope you'll vote in favor for this application. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in. We have Sonnet Hodgin next. Sonnet Hodgin.
Speaker 34 is not in the chamber nor on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We're going to move on now to then Sarah Robbins, speaker number 35.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My family is a family of 4 living in the Balfour block, and I oppose this project as it stands. We moved in when our oldest was just over a year before West Group bought this property. Our kids are now 8 and 4, have attended Douglas Park Preschool, and are now in Emily Carr Elementary. My children have deep roots here, have grown up, and have made so many friends that are within walking distance. We have created villages of people in this community that help us raise our kids as we do theirs. It is extremely disheartening to be relocated so that developers and the city can make millions while we are pushed out of a community that we helped build. My children are at an age where they are making foundational relationships. To limit their impact, children from this redevelopment who are evicted should continue to attend their schools, after-school programs, while living in the same neighborhood. I want them to understand what development looks like in a healthy way, and really minimize the impact on their friendships and their mental health at such a tender age. Already, there has been some trauma with the redevelopment signs being posted without warning. There have been racial slurs and genitalia spray painted over the signs that have not been replaced as of yet. They're still there. It's been 4 weeks. My children are both under the age of 9 and have to walk by this every day and have their friends ask them about them when they're moving. It's giving some of their friends distress as well. We need to stay in Douglas Park neighborhood during this renovation and development process, and I urge council to re-examine the bare minimum compensation afforded to evicted residents. I ask council and the mayor to consider rent top-up during this interim so my kids can stay in their current school and neighborhood. I think we can collectively agree that we can do better for residents who are evicted. I am asking that you reevaluate the tenant relocation package before agreeing to redevelopment. We need proper rent top-up. This development is a for-profit project, and we have to move in the interim. Our rent will most likely double, and we will be out a minimum of $2,400 per year for housing costs. This project is slated to take 2 to 3 years, so that is a minimum of $60,000 out of our pocket. But we know inflation is here, and that number is likely to go up. I would also like you to know that the catchment school Emily Carr is full. It was full 4 years ago when my daughter was in kindergarten. We were 19th on the wait list for our own catchment school. I emailed the city and the VSB. You both told me similar stories. VSB doesn't tell the city that the schools are full, and the city doesn't tell VSB that they're densifying. Well, now you know. You have to stop densifying neighborhoods that don't have the infrastructure in place to support it or the money to create the infrastructure. The VSB says they don't have the budget. At the Belfour site, West Group is looking to put 208 residents and a childcare facility for 37 children. This assumes that there will be more children moving in to that lot and will not be able to attend their catchment schools, get into preschools, and even the daycare West Group is proposing. In addition, our personal information was leaked in a document on the city website when West Group sent in their application information. And that was brought to my attention from a neighbor who used that information on that document to contact me and let me know. It feels like we are a byproduct of development. Like no one really cares about us. They only care about the bottom line, and it's a really terrible feeling. Anyways, I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, thanks for coming in and fighting for your family.
Thank you.
Would you mind telling me what your rent is and how many bedrooms you have now?
It's 3 bedrooms and it's just under $2,000 in rent.
Okay, so to get 3 bedrooms out there in the market, do you have any idea have you looked for any places?
Well, I've looked on Craigslist and other places, and obviously it's usually around like 37, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Or you can find something that's maybe 2,500, 3,000, and it's just a complete dump. So, or you'll get rent evicted again.
Okay, sorry you have to go through this. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Thank you. That is it for questions for you. Thanks so much for calling in and sharing your story. We have speaker number 38, Nolan Sage. Nolan Sage, speaker number 38.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Excellent, thank you. Hello, my name is Nolan Sage, and I'm a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union and a longtime renter in Vancouver. I'm calling to oppose the rezoning of this building in solidarity with the Balfour Tenants Collective. I specify the collective part of the Balfour Tenants Collective, as these tenants are trying to work together to counter the immense power of the developer and council. They deserve to be able to collectively negotiate for an affordable outcome. Part of that need for collective bargaining is the right of tenants to advocate for themselves and for each other. I've spoken to some of the tenants, especially the ones who are moved in most recently. And they speak to the fact that they've had to sign lease agreements with added clauses that prevent them from fighting this redevelopment. I've been told that these clauses state that they will not take any action or effort to stop West Group, but they're prohibited from collectively collaborating with other tenants and basically just being forced to deal on their own with the immense power of West Group. That is not okay. Collective bargaining power is super important when going against such large, powerful, and wealthy people. As I said, my position is that I fully support the Balfour Tenants Collective's demands in the face of their imminent eviction. I get it. Density is important. More housing is important. I'm not opposed to these things. What I am opposed to is the inadequate protections we have for these vulnerable tenants. Like the people of the Balfour Tenants Collective, I'm also a renter. I'm also likely to face eviction in the next 2 years. As such, their demands are incredibly personal, and they reflect the sort of protections that I hope to have when I'm evicted from my house. I'm also a mental health counselor. My job is to work with people who are suffering. The reality is, evictions and forced displacement are an immense emotional and monetary effect on the people being displaced. Housing is the cornerstone of mental health. Without proper protections in place, you're putting so many people at risk. The developer speaks to the fact that they want to speak to one-on-one with these tenants to figure out their vulnerabilities. I think being a tenant in Vancouver, with the prices of what we are paying for rent, is a vulnerability. I myself am very lucky to be in my place for 7 years, but if I had to move after I'm evicted, I would find my income reduced so much. It is a major problem. As such, as the collective is demanding, top-ups need to be in place. Top-ups need to be in place, and those expenses of moving in and out must be covered. I know the developer says it's too expensive, but I just don't believe it. It can be done if they cared. And the reality is they don't. So the possibility of putting protections in place is on the table. I call upon your councillors to do the right thing and make sure the tenants get the protections they need. All you're running for election again in the fall, and pretty much all of you claim to support affordable housing in Vancouver. So I'm asking you to put your money where your mouth is. Then next to your campaign promises and deliver the affordability you claim to care about. So enacting and enforcing these demands put forward by the Balfour Tenants Collective is protecting affordability. It allows these families and tenants to stay in Vancouver, to remain in their communities, to continue living in a relatively affordable existence in this increasingly unaffordable city. So again, I say, put these demands in place, give them the protections they need, and force the developer to take care of these people rather than just exploiting them for profit and monetary gain. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but I will thank you so much for calling in tonight. Speaker number 39 next is Bryce Kelly.
Hi there.
Hi there.
My name is Bryce.
Yep, up to 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Bryce Kelly, the chair and the council for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident at the Balfour Block, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my wife, and our 3 boys. I'm speaking to oppose the proposed rezoning at the Balfour site where we live. So you have a little bit of context. I've been a resident here at the Balfour site with my wife and kids since 2013. We moved into this neighborhood in 2009 when our eldest was just 9 months old because of all the amenities it would provide for our family, such as green space, access to schools and parks, and a wonderful. Our eldest attended Douglas Park Preschool, then Emily Carr Elementary, and is now at Hamber. Our middle child is at Emily Carr, and our youngest is at the preschool. We love living in this neighborhood, and I really hope that our kids get to finish out their schooling. All of our kids get to finish out their schooling at Hamber. Our 3 sons, my wife and myself, have formed strong connections and friendships in this neighborhood. These friendships have provided support for us, and we've been able to, in turn, provide the same support for others as they've raised their families. I feel very grateful to live here. I enjoy walking and playing at Douglas Park with my kids. We're there every day. I enjoy going to the beach quickly and easily. I enjoy walking to the coffee shop. I enjoy walking to the grocery store. And I fear that a lot of those things will not be an option for us just because of the financial ramifications that this development presents for us. Our home is a beautiful home. You know, it's nothing fancy, but it's a duplex. It has ample space for 5 of us. My wife, we fixed up the basement and made it into a home office and a little bit of a rec room. And we have 2 bedrooms upstairs. One of them is really big, and the boys all can fit into that bedroom. And then my wife and I have the other bedroom. So all in all, we're very happy to live here and love this neighborhood. After the property was sold to West Group, I've watched as the possibility of potential development has caused a lot of, I'm sure a little bit for myself as well, but mostly, as I look outwards and see everybody, very concerned about where they're going to go. And there's a lot of seniors in our neighborhood too, and I think their incomes, they're on a fixed income, so the potential for them to have some significant issues feels, I think, very dangerous to them. I see all of this happening, the conversations and, people talking about them having to leave the city, which would, and the low vacancies and everything that has happened. So I guess the reality of the situation is that families are being displaced. Families are being displaced at a very large cost to the families, both financially and emotionally. I just did a look online at 3 different rental sites before our call, and the average rent for a comparable home in the neighborhood was about $4,000 a month. We pay about $2,000 a month for what we live in now. Up, that'd be an extra $24,000 a year, and then that means, for how many years that this redevelopment would, let's just say it was 3 to 5 years. That's a lot of money. We're upwards into $75,000 to $100,000 that we'd have to pay in addition to what we would normally have paid. It's going to push families out, like mine, out of the city. It's going to remove our kids from the schools. It's going to pull them out of their social networks. It's not like we can't make a new life somewhere else, but step up, it's going to be really, really difficult for us to stay unless a miracle happens and we find a place, for $2,500 a month. It also put my business in jeopardy. I have 5 employees, but we do most of our work in Vancouver. So if I have to live somewhere far out of the city, it's just going to change everything significantly. I also think, just on general notes, the area is not really prepared for the increase in density that this rezoning and subsequent development will bring. Our neighbors who live right beside us were 19th on the wait list, like you just heard, for their second child to get into Emily Carr. Anyone who would be moving into the new development, I'm assuming they would certainly be commuting their kids to a new school, to a different school that's away from this neighborhood. And a little side note about the commuting, the new development would add, let's say it's 200 new cars, something like that. To put that into perspective, in the morning when we take the kids to school, already on 19th Avenue, I've seen the cars backed up from the light from Oak almost a whole block on some occasions. Most of the time it's about a half a block, but it has been on occasion a whole block almost. And you can just imagine, with a whole bunch of extra cars coming out, everybody going to work in the morning, there's just going to be, it's just not a great idea.
There, I am going to stop you there, speaker. You're 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So
okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but thanks for participating tonight and sharing your stories. Council, we are at 9:38. I'm wondering if somebody might entertain a motion to extend past 10 to finish off the speakers.
So moved.
And then we would defer debate and decision to Tuesday, July 26th. And I believe that would be at 9:30 a.m.
So moved. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Weed.
Thanks, Councillor Weed. Let's try all in favor, just a verbal vote first. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, we have extended. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Council. I will move on to the next speaker. We have Julia Ferry, speaker number 41.
Speaker 41 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Nicola Tayo.
Not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have speaker number 43, Mazdak Garavbanavas.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. I'm sorry about your mispronouncing your name.
That's okay. I'm used to it. My name is Mazdak. I'm a community organizer. I live in Mount Pleasant. I want to speak today. I want to commend the Balfour Tenants Collective here. These tenants are organized, and they're flipping the script at City Hall. Rather than coming here and begging politicians to do the right thing, they are presenting their demands and their commitment to fight for them. So I'm here tonight, and I want to read a letter that a tenant wrote that lives here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Speaker. We've gone through this already as a procedure. What you can do is have the letter who the other person has written, submit that to us, and you can describe your experience witnessing what this person has gone through.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's really too bad. It's quite a nice letter, and I have to say it's probably much nicer than I'm going to be. So let me just say that I want to acknowledge that the reason this kind of approach is taken, council knows, city staff know, tenants are regularly intimidated. They are prevented from being able to participate, and especially in cases like this where developers and landlords have financial incentives to get rid of them, they will use any excuse to get rid of them. And so in order for council and for city staff to stop facilitating tenant solidarity and letting us contribute to the discussion in this way, what you're doing is you're facilitating displacement. And we know why that is, because this is all part of the same system where folks all collaborate together for the sake of profit. That's really the fact of everything. Now, let me just say that these tenants understand that collective power is the only way to win, and they're demands are quite clear. The rent top-ups, including all the tenants under the protections, right to return to units of the same size, moving expenses, right to return to units of similar types, and right to remain in interim units. These are basic stuff. These are things that council has talked about in other places. What I will say is that I commend these tenants a lot. I know folks that live there, that do volunteer work, that are building solidarity together, that are taking care of their community and building community. And no matter how many 18-year-old suit bros that the developers bring to make these presentations,
hey, Speaker,
or
just
any
we don't want to
of
disparage
these,
we don't want to disparage anybody else in the hearing. So
no, because see, what you're doing is you're taking power away from tenants, because you know that the respectability politics is what stops tenants from being able to speak out. And so these systems put in place where the developer comes in, where you have tenant relocation grifters that are trying to attempt to go one-on-one with these tenants. These tenants understand.
Speaker, I need you to listen to me. You have now disparaged people twice. I'm going to give you please don't do that anymore. I'll have to end your speaking.
And it's a shameful display by council to prevent these tenants from being able to fully participate. These tenants will win.
Okay. Thank you so much. You don't have any questions, so I am going to move to the next speaker. We have Noman Oyen, speaker number 44.
Can you hear me?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. Hello, I guess council. My name is Noman. I've been a long-term renter in Vancouver. This is my first time kind of getting involved with public hearings and whatnot. But I'm calling in to support this development plan. I don't know. I think based on what I gathered, I think it's a pretty cool project. With the daycare and family oriented, and I don't think it's possible to house everyone in single family homes. So I think this type of development is needed in Vancouver, and that's I think part of the city that's pretty good for families to move to, I don't know, I think it's a good idea, and I hope you all support it. I don't really have much else to say.
Okay. Thank you so much for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate you chiming in with your thoughts and ideas. Thanks very much. We're going to go on to 45, Maria Roth, speaker number 45.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the requests that are being brought forward by the current residents of this site, the Balfour Collective. In the current housing crisis, the tenant protections offered to current residents are not adequate. I think it's very important that everyone on the Balfour site is supported and protected through extended renter protections that are on par with the really important ones recently brought forward and unanimously endorsed by Council through the discussions around the Broadway Plan, including rent top-ups with a cap rate benchmarked to CMHC rental data. This will mitigate the very real risk of permanent displacement for at least some of the households, and will also encourage quick rebuild of replacement rental housing by the developer, which is something we all want. Right to return to a comparable and appropriately sized unit in a new building based on national occupancy standards. This is a simple standard that's been in use now for a couple of decades and is entirely appropriate here. And finally, this renter protection needs to include all tenants and not just some. I was quite humbled to be invited up to the Balfour site a few weeks ago to meet with some of the community members, learn about their connection to place and to each other, hear their stories, their discussions around their current hopes and fears, and how they could mutually support each other through this time. I was quite shocked to learn that some of the newer tenants had signed leases with language that prevented them from criticizing redevelopment, as well as banning them from discussing this with their neighbors. It was quite astonishing to me that there were folks in the community who didn't feel comfortable pulling up on a folding chair and just sitting down with us to chat. It's important that all renters living here in the site, as well as across the city, have the right to organize and participate as a group without fear of eviction. This is a basic right. This is a democracy, and it needs to be formally addressed. The other thing that I was surprised to learn was that there were 9 vacant units on the property, and these are not part of the new inventory for replacement below market housing. I think this is inappropriate. Each affordable unit should be replaced by another affordable unit in the event of redevelopment. Otherwise, we're going backwards. It may also encourage landlords to leave units empty as redevelopment approaches. Early displacement, which should be a no-go during a housing crisis. It gives significant and positive economic feedback, positive feedback for early eviction of existing residents when those units can be replaced with strata or market rental instead of below market rental. One other concern that I have, loss of affordability, is something that another speaker flagged earlier, and that's the 3-bedroom units. There are currently 26 below market ground-oriented 3-bedroom units on the site. After redevelopment, the 26 units are going to be whittled down to only 3. That's a net loss of 23 affordable 3-bedroom units, which are becoming increasingly rare in the city. There's a disjoint somehow between the MERC guidelines using floor space calculations and the idea of what I think is important, one-to-one replacement of existing affordable housing with other affordable housing. After redevelopment, only 3 of the 71 3-bedroom units on the site will be available for lower income households. That's 2%. 13 will be market rental only, affordable for families making over $150,000 a year. And the majority of the 3-bedroom units are going to be stratas, affordable to families earning over $300,000 a year. We simply cannot allow development to be taking place that displaces existing residents, as this one may do without the addition of extended renter protections, and whose final result is a significant net loss of important housing types like the 3-bedroom units. I stand in support with the Balfour Collective, who have done incredible work together and continue to build community through this incredibly difficult time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you so much for calling in tonight. We're going to move on to Jonathan Lyle. Thank you. Jonathan Lyle, speaker number 46.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and everyone in attendance. My name is Johnny Lyle, and I live near the proposed development. I wish to give my support for this development, offering rental, affordable housing, and market housing in a neighborhood that is greatly in need of these. My wife and I welcomed our firstborn just 8 weeks ago. His name is Charlie, and he's cute as a button. Naturally, the child care facility in this proposal is something that I see as a huge benefit to future residents and neighbors in our neighborhood. Child care is a big challenge to secure in our neighborhood, and something we feel that will be a constant in our mind until we find something for Charlie when my wife goes back to work. My wife and I both work full-time, and it's key for us to find child care close to home. I read in the notes that developer has reduced overall height of the project and the building form that better aligns with the character and fit of the neighborhood. I understand residents nearby not wanting change, but if it's done properly, it will add to the neighborhood in a positive way and house Vancouverites that are in desperate need of housing supply. With that being said, I'm encouraging you to support this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions, so I will move on to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Grigory Minassians. This speaker has brought a translator, so by our procedural bylaws, they are allowed up to 10 minutes to speak. I believe the speaker is in person.
Hello.
So quick. Hi there, whenever you're ready.
My name is Sophia, and I'm speaking as an interpreter on behalf of Grigory Minassians, who's a tenant at Balfour. And he's here with me today. Hello, Honorable Council. It's an honor for me to be speaking here today, especially since I grew up in the USSR, where this kind of meeting was practically impossible. In the cases that it was possible, it was only a formality, If a government or a government official wanted to destroy a housing complex and to build in its place something new, nobody consulted anyone about it. They evicted the residents without asking them and without organizing any kind of compensation for them, unlike how we're doing things here. Where is the Soviet Union now? This country no longer exists. A country that doesn't take care of its citizens cannot prosper and cannot exist for long. I remember my move to Canada. The company that invited me hired a moving company to help bring me and my family to Canada from Moscow. I remember talking to the company's secretary, who said to me, "Our job is to make sure your move is as smooth as possible." Honestly, I was impressed. My move was very smooth. They did everything they could to make sure the change didn't affect me negatively. In the end, the discomforts really were minimal. I'm still working for this company, 14 years later. And I believe that the rebuilding of a housing complex needs to be just like this. That is, it needs to bring as little inconvenience as possible to everyone, especially the tenants. I don't think anyone disagrees that developers should serve tenants, not the other way around. Of course, we can't get around some inconveniences, but compensations for the tenants need to be adequate. I don't mean a sum, like, here's $10,000 and do with it what you want, we don't actually care about you. No, I think an adequate compensation is a compensation that ensures that the tenants that currently live here undergo minimal losses, so that in the end, everyone, including the developer, the tenants, and the city, is pleased and satisfied. I don't think that anyone wants to see Vancouver become the kind of megapolis that there are a lot of in the world right now, where most people living in them want to run away but can't. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I will just thank you and move on to the next speaker. We have Elsa Fan in next, speaker number 48. Elsa Fan.
Speaker 48 is not on the line.
Thanks. We have Marie Arcand, speaker number 49.
Speaker 49 has withdrawn.
Thank you. We have Raj Gill, speaker number 50.
Not on the line.
Hi there.
Oh,
I'm here.
We have Raj Gill. Great. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Cool. Hi there. Thank you for having me. So I'm a tenant here on this property. We moved in during COVID, so we don't actually have any of the protections that a lot of the older tenants have. However, I've been renting here in Vancouver for over 9 years, and every place I've rented at, whether it's a house or an apartment, we have been reno-evicted, and we've always come into these places when the development application is already in process. So we never seem to get any rights to be able to return back or get compensated for anything. So the last place I lived was a house. We lived there for 3 years, and it took a while for that development process to go through. It was a big project on Renfrew near Slocan and Grandview. And we got kicked out, and we didn't get any compensations. And then the only place we could find that was affordable was this Belfour complex. And now we're just in it again. We're going to probably be here for another couple of years, and then we get kicked out again without having any protection. So we go find another rental, and we'll be kind of in the same boat. So we just, my concern is just about being able to protect renters that can't get protection, that don't fit into the system of it. So I just want to bring that out there for the council and the mayor. That there's a lot of people that are in similar situations that probably don't come to the meetings because they're just probably working in the evenings and just have other things that they have to do with expenses and stuff. So, yeah, thank you for listening to me, and I hope you do consider this for this proposal or for other future proposals regarding renters in the city that don't get coverage or protection. Thank you.
Thanks, caller. Really appreciate your thoughts today. We don't have any questions for you, so I just will thank you. Speaker, we're on to our last registered speaker Derek O'Keefe, speaker number 51. Derek O'Keefe, speaker number 51.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, is Derek O'Keefe?
Can you hear me? Yes, this is Derek.
Okay, Derek, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I was just saying thank you for listening, Mayor and Council. I am a renter. I live in the Fairview neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from the Balfour block, and I'm fortunate to be a renter with one of those 3-bedroom units for our family with 2 kids, and we often walk by the Balfour block and reflect that it is a housing type that is not too common for ground-oriented rentals in this part of town. So I'm calling basically to support the Balfour Tenants Collective. I think it's fantastic that they've organized themselves, and I think this redevelopment is basically being done under the guidelines set by the Canby corridor process, if I'm not wrong. So I feel like what the tenants have done by organizing and making some basic demands is they're asking for what the Broadway corridor protections are going to deliver to folks on the north side of 16th Avenue. They're a couple blocks south. They're asking for the basics, and they're basically, this development is landing on them because of something you're going to be dealing with the Vancouver plan, which is that development of this type is limited in their neighborhood to the existing rental housing for the most part, and a lot of the single-family homes, more expensive housing types around this neighborhood are not open for multifamily development and for more density. So it's a great neighborhood. The neighborhood kind of revolves around Douglas Park, which is an excellent park with amenities, a community center, large playing fields. I think there definitely need to be more families in this neighborhood. And I guess in terms of the immediate demands, it's really important that everybody who's currently on the Balfour block be able to stay, including those who have moved in since the block was sold and this process has started. So I support the Balfour Tenants Collective in calling for a top-up of rents for their interim housing in line with the city averages, that all the tenants be included, as I say, and that 70 tenants be allowed to return from the 34 units, I think it is, instead of just the 24 or 25 families being allowed to return. And also, very importantly, and this was a big issue as well with the Broadway debate, I know, that tenants be allowed to return to units of the same size. So not just the same number of bedrooms, 3 bedrooms being very important for larger family units, but also the same size and accommodations and accessibility. They're also looking for full in and out moving expenses, which are going to be huge, a big disruption to people's lives. I think it's totally reasonable that they ask that those be fully covered. And I think that's it. Those are the basic demands. And just that in the future, that tenants be able to organize and speak out and associate. It's a basic freedom of association that we demand and we value for workers in a workplace. We should also value it and protect it with policy for tenants, for people in their residential lives when they don't own. So I think that's basically it. And I ask you, as a city council, to really go above and beyond the Canby corridor protections as it stands, and to deliver the kind of protections that tenants across the whole city deserve. And I hope that we see action soon to really put the right of tenants to associate and to organize and advocate in their own name. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to just thank you. And Council, that is the end of the speakers list. So what I'm going to do now is make my first call for speakers. It's 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #. And I'm just going to ask the clerks, is there anybody else in the chambers or on the line to speak to this item?
Yes, we have callers on the line.
Great. Okay. Well, we can take the first caller then on this first call. Please go ahead, caller number 1. Can you give us your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver? Go ahead, speaker.
Oh, am
Hi,
I caller
Devin.
number 1? Okay.
Hi, Devin. Your line is unmuted, yes.
Hi. Sorry about that. Good
No
evening,
problem.
Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Devin Hussack, and as you may have guessed by the fact that I'm calling in at this point, I wasn't sure if I was going to speak tonight. That's not because I don't have a connection to this area or because my hydro was slow today, but I actually relatively live nearby, and I would say how long it would take me to walk to the Belfort block. But as a person with a disability, it really wouldn't paint an accurate picture for most people. I know that once I become a father, I'm going to be making that short trip more often than my story-aching body would like to. After all, what child wouldn't want to visit Douglas Park every day? And as a parent, it's pretty cool that there's 3 schools, including a French language one, within a 10-minute walk from here. Well, for healthy people at least. Still, what you were being presented with tonight was the original January 2021 submission of this proposal, I might have actually called in to oppose it. That old concept deviated from the community plan. It was ugly. It lacked any significant green space other than a small strip of green lawn that resembles the leftover private space that exists here today. Fortunately, my opinion, along with others, and the Urban Design Panel, has shaped that mess into this, a far more appropriate and respectful application. The park space that will be given to the city is certainly more usable too, and it will be a great benefit to the parents who live here and don't want to be dragged by their kids to a large community park. Really, it's a perfect pairing for the 37-space daycare that's also being provided here. Altogether, your staff report says that the benefits this will deliver comes to $10 million, or roughly $100,000 per strata home plan here. Now, I know that comes with a cost. I understand all too well what it's like to lose your home, and to me, that failure lays with the Canby Quarter plan. I know you've heard several people ask Mayor Stewart's thoughtful expansion of the tenant relocation and protection program be applied to this application, and I think that's a great idea. However, I'm realistic too. Having participated in the meetings that led up to the community plan, I know that it never accounted for such a wonderful idea, or the current housing crisis. Now, I don't want the neighborhood to lose this offering of a public park, daycare, or the roughly 100 homes that don't require a 6-figure down payment. But I know that trade-offs have to be made. So rather than take from this community, I think you should add to it. My suggestion is that you approve this project because, frankly, it does comply with the neighborhood plan in every way I can think of. However, I would suggest that you include an amendment that instructs your staff to discuss with the applicant about what level of additional density would be needed for them to be able to provide the existing tenants compensation comparable to the Broadway plan. Obviously, policy shouldn't be crafted at the last minute, but I do think exploring the idea while allowing these homes to become a reality has its merit. Your leadership in approving a secured rental policy shows that this 2.5-acre site could easily handle a couple more floor buildings rather than these few rows of townhomes. I know some are hesitant about that level of change, and it can be a scary thing to see. I know. I live in the Broadway plan area. Still, I find it far more terrifying to think of the people who will live here instead having to commute by car to work every day, that the nearby schools will lack teachers who rather stay where they live in Surrey. And what would happen to Vancouver General Hospital if we didn't have the doctors, nurses, or custodial staff to look after us? This is only one application. Even on this large property, it can't do everything, but it is a step in the right direction. It with just a little bit more housing can certainly be pretty close to perfect for those who live here and for the community as a whole. That said, sending it 2 steps back would be a mistake and only hurt the families who live here, those who want to, and the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time tonight and sharing your thoughts. I don't see any questions for you, but we'll thank you so much for your time. Clerks, do we have another person on the line, I guess? So next speaker, first name, last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Speaker number 3, Baldeep Singh Grewal. Your line is unmuted. Please proceed.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Baldeep Grewal, and I have called in this evening to offer a few brief comments in support of this application. I have lived in Vancouver for many years now and understand the challenges associated with access to housing here. I think we all do. While it's widely accepted that more rental and affordable housing are badly needed in Vancouver, I would like to comment on the need for more townhomes. If you've ever tried to rent or buy a townhome in Vancouver, you probably noticed that the units are always the first to move. This project responds to local demand for home ownership, opportunities that are more affordable than a traditional single-family home, yet larger than a condominium. Townhomes are a great option for families with children and people who want walk and leave housing. In addition to proposing to deliver townhomes at this location, I think it's great that the developer has considered options to make this project more affordable. I think that's what we really need in Vancouver, including the provision of rental and affordable housing for moderate income earners. The site is also well served by transit and is centrally located. Steps from shopping services and community amenities such as the Simon Fraser Elementary and Mount Pleasant Park. Given the site's central transit-oriented location, I think people who live here will walk or use transit, which adds another layer of affordability by reducing dependence on vehicles to get around. I also think that this is a great project that will contribute to the diversity and vibrancy of Vancouver by providing that it is accessible to a range of demographics and income levels. I hope you will vote in favor of this project, and I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll ask. I'll make this the second call then for more speakers, and I'll just ask the clerk if there's anybody else on the line.
Yes, we do have speakers on the line.
Great. If I could hear the next speaker, please, for my second call. First and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I thought I'd be called. Hi, my name is Bona Kokiang. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of this application. I've listened to the speakers before me who have shared great perspective on the benefits associated with this proposal, and I'd like to comment on the diversity of housing this proposal delivers. So I won't repeat too much, but I'm supportive of growing our community and adding more diverse housing types to support it. And we're experiencing significant growth in the Lower Mainland, and we need a variety of housing tenures like what's being proposed here. In particular, more rental and affordable, moderate income housing is needed to support our overall health of our community. And finally, I want to specifically mention the inclusion of the park and childcare, which is very badly needed. Thank you so much for hearing my input.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate you calling in tonight. And I'm going to ask if there's, for the next speaker on the line, any more first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Lucky, and I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Sorry, I missed your name, please.
Owen Leckie.
Owen Leckie, thank you. Yep, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will keep these comments brief. I'm a Vancouver renter phoning in support of the Balfour Block proposal. I happen to rent in South Granville, just a few blocks from this site. My partner and I know firsthand how difficult it is to find a nice rental home in Vancouver, especially in South Granville, Fairview, or South Canby. In Balfour's Block vicinity, within walking distance of Vancouver General Hospital, and within a close vicinity of the Vancouver General Hospital, where there's a number of doctors and dentist offices, there's 208 new homes, would create an important source of housing for our city's essential workers. I understand that this proposal will provide both rental and strata housing, including below-market rental at moderate income rates. This diversity in housing is well suited to the area, with lots of young families looking for townhouses or apartment options in Fairview. A single-family home in the area is unfortunately unattainable for most. This neighborhood is desirable with lots of green space, schools, and within walking distance of Broadway within its own future subway line. This project would also add a new childcare to the neighborhood, providing an option for residents and the wider community. In my view, this is the perfect use of this unique site, as designated in the Canby Corridor Plan. I hope to see this project built out sooner rather than later, since this site can accommodate so much more density and house more Vancouverites at a prime location within the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time tonight. Really appreciate it. And Council, no questions for you, Speaker. So I will ask if there are any other speakers on the line, first name, last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Speaker with phone number ending in 7347, your line is unmuted. Please proceed by stating your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Hartley, and I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm just calling in today to voice my support for 906 982 West 18th Ave and 907 969 West 19th Avenue. I believe this proposal will be a positive addition to the neighborhood, given the dearly needed childcare spaces it will provide. The new park space and playground on Laurel Street will not only add more green space, but it will be a great spot for these new neighbors in the Balfour Block to make connections with those living in the surrounding neighborhood. I'm further glad that rental homes, especially the 25% at below market, will be included. The renewal of these homes and the tripling of what is available will mean more renters will get the opportunity to enjoy a short walk to VGH, down to the Broadway Business Corridor, or to a bus or SkyTrain that will connect them to downtown or UBC. This means more people will get time back to spend with their family or friends instead of commuting. This also means local employers and businesses will have an easier time keeping employees instead of losing them due to unavailability of housing. I personally appreciate this rezoning gives opportunities for home ownership, as this proposal is a little more than a 20-minute walk away from our current home and my workplace. While my husband and I already own our home, future children will mean we'll need another bedroom, and this might give us a chance to stay in our community. This would mean keeping the connections we've built since moving here in 2011 and give me back the time to spend with my family instead of enduring a commute to a home in the suburbs. Given this, I hope you join me in supporting this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Okay, I don't see any questions for you, so I'll thank you so much and just see if we can hear from the next speaker, first and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Speaker with phone number ending in 6799, your line is unmuted.
Hello, my name is Andrea Avison. I live in Vancouver, and I am a former resident of Fairview. I know that you've heard from many others tonight, so I'll keep it short. I support this application. I think it's great that the developer is proposing to build both rental and strata. And I also understand that this development will have rental homes at below market rates for people earning under $80,000 a year. I think that this will help stop some of the outward migration of young adults from Vancouver. And personally, I've had many friends move outside of Vancouver and to other cities because it's hard to find affordable modern housing here. And not only does the high cost of housing drive people away from the city, but it also makes traffic congestion worse for people who commute to Vancouver for work but can't afford to live here. So I hope this project goes forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but we'll thank you for your time and ask the operator if there are any other speakers. Please let them go ahead.
Speaker with phone number ending in 6043, your line is unmuted. Please proceed by stating your first name, last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, Council. This is Peter Sandy. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I was born and raised here, also a renter. Again, it's quite late, so I'm going to keep this quite short. but I'm in full support of this application. This is a great project for the neighborhood. It's going to provide a lot of benefit in the long run compared to what's currently offered at the site. And we should really be encouraging developments like this. Honestly, we need density in the city. It's really important that we have it. And this proposal is going to almost triple the amount of rental homes on the site by providing 99 new secured rental units. And so ultimately, 59% of those are going to be going to families with 2 to 3 bedroom units there. And that's going to ultimately impact a huge amount of people, which we really want to support here. And on top of that, they're going to be providing a daycare, which will help those families that are moving into those units, as well as the surrounding communities. And so on top of that, still providing green space and adding public spaces for people to play and for those kids to have a really good life is something that I'm fully in favor for, and I think a lot of citizens are in favor for. And so I hope that you would support this application. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to just check and see if there's anybody else on the line.
Speaker with phone number ending in 3226. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your full name first and last, followed by whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi there. My name is Brittany Brewster. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm phoning in tonight as I live and work in the South Cambie area. I'm a registered nurse at Vancouver General Hospital and recently purchased my first home after being a long-time renter. For starters, I absolutely love this area. It's so central, it's connected to transit and close to the hospital where I work. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues don't have the luxury of living in the neighborhood. Living close to work means less carbon emissions and being able to walk or bike every day, not to mention a shorter commute. This is so, so important for the colleagues that I work with. Luckily, there are also grocery stores, schools, small businesses in the vicinity, which makes it easy for residents to shop in their neighborhood and send their kids to school without driving, as well as lots of parks and green space in the area. I believe that living in a walkable area close to work should be a reality for most Vancouverites in the future, and the Balfour Block project would take us closer to this goal. Especially for essential workers and healthcare professionals, it's important that we continue to build homes near the hospital and medical facilities. I appreciate that there's a healthy mix of housing in this proposal. I'm glad that we're thinking about renters with the 99 secured rentals and 25 below market homes proposed. However, I'm also happy to see a mix of strata homes, since it took me many, many months of searching to find my first home in South Cambie. To me, this proposal is an exciting package for the neighborhood, complete with lovely amenities like a playground and childcare, and is an exciting opportunity for families that I work with. I hope to see council vote yes tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I will ask the next caller to step up, and we'll hear from you, first name, last name, and whether or not you're resident of Vancouver.
Good evening. Speaker with phone number ending in 4140. Your line has been unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and Council. My name is Sydney Tianse, and I'm a resident in Vancouver. I'm calling in to share my support for the Balfour Block rezoning before Council tonight. I live and rent in Mount Pleasant, a few minutes walk from the site. Most recently, our neighbor just moved out of our building, and I saw firsthand how desperately our city needs rental housing. A long line formed outside of our apartment building, and the listing was taken down that evening. I was glad to hear that the applicant is proposing 99 secured rental homes, 25 of which will be rented at below market rates. I believe that the right way to build housing is to propose a mix of tenures. This application will not only provide secured rental, which is in high demand, but also strata condos for people looking to settle in South Cambie and many family-sized homes with 2 or 3 bedrooms. I can see that the proposal was developed to create a complete community with a child care center and a public playground for anyone in the neighborhood to use. This is a desirable neighborhood, and I believe that more renters can be accommodated here. As a tenant myself, I can empathize with the need for strong tenant protections. Luckily, the city has made a plan for renters, and Balfour Block, being in a unique site, will offer tenants the right of refusal to a new rental home at their current rate. In the South Cambie area, there are also a lot of shops, and amenities within walking distance, making this an ideal location for young people and families who don't own a car. This is like my current neighborhood in Mount Pleasant, so I could easily envision myself moving to a well-situated project like this. I don't want to take too much time out of your hands, but in short, this proposal is a win for the renters and families and will revitalize the site for the years to come. I urge Council to approve of the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see questions for you, so thanks very much. And maybe we can move to the next caller.
Caller with phone number ending in 0765. Your line has been unmuted.
Hi there. My name is Nicola Pio. I am a resident in Vancouver and a renter. I just wanted to share a couple of things. I believe there must have been like a bit of a rallying call to push for some of these pro-density phone calls here, and I totally agree. We do need more density, and we do need a bit more accessibility in the city, and we need the support for renters, for tenants, for everything. But this project isn't doing it in actuality. It's just doing it on paper, and it's not the win for renters that it really appears to be. There are a lot of positives. I definitely do believe and agree that childcare and having a childcare center here is great. I also believe having a green space is great, but there's a huge disconnect there. It's going to be city run. Part of the amendments that need to happen in order for this to be approved is to put in some of those food related gardening things that were spoken about earlier by one of the council members, and all of that won't even end up being Westford. In the end, it's all going to be city run. And what's stopping the city from just doing that anyways versus having to do it on this project? Realistically, it's not going to create the below market rental housing that others are kind of praising and saying it will, because there's a huge disconnect right now from the tenants that are still in the space and the ones that would like to be entering the space in the future. And if in actuality the needs of the tenants here are met, they're going to fill all those spaces of those below market housing. And so there is no room for, the hospital workers, the retail workers, whatever needs to be. And we need more of that. There needs to be way more below market housing on this site and more renting in general. Another thing that I wanted to share is, and again, I'm so very aware of what a long night it's been, but I've been so inspired by the words of all of my articulate, engaged, and kind neighbors. I feel really grateful that I was able to grow up and have such a positive upbringing in the city. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite, and I grew up on the Balfour Block. So I grew up around my neighbors here. 22 years ago, next week, on August 1st, 2000, I moved into the unit that I'm in now with my mom at the time. At the time, we searched for months trying to find housing that was safe and affordable and within walking distance of an elementary school. Previously, we're on Davie Street, just off of Burrard in the West End, and there were not really schooling options at that point in the late 90s, early 2000s in that area. And so my mom chose this neighborhood and this block for all of the reasons that my neighbors have shown you tonight. This block is considerate, they're kind, they're community-minded. But even at the time, this was, early 2000s, there was no room at Emily Carr Elementary School. My mom had to fight for my spot then, and listening to my neighbors and hearing other people say that there's no spots already, I can't believe that's still happening. And that will just continue to happen. And I think it's so important for a kid to be able to walk to school. I really hesitate to think that there will be room for any of these new kids if we're not kind of adequately matching the development of the neighborhood. On a more personal note, I've done everything in my life within these two blocks for the better part of it. I played tag between the houses in 2008 when there was that really big snowfall. We built snowmen and we all ran around. And then on an even more personal note, my mom was first diagnosed with MS when we lived on this block. She went on disability, and then we worked through all of that together on this block with a ton of help from our neighbors. I was able to remain at my school in our home, and we were able to keep some dignity in our lives because we had access to safe, affordable housing at that time. It was a huge difference maker for us in terms of being able to keep our dignity and be able to keep our home in the city, and for me to grow up into the Vancouverite I am. Everything I did on this block, stumbling through childhood, adolescence, adulthood, whatever it was made possible because of the neighborhood and because we had access to affordable, safe housing here. Keeping those rents, keeping the space, all of it made me able to develop myself as both a Vancouverite and a person, a Vancouverite that is super engaged at the type of work and super engaged in my city as well. I vote, I work, live, play, do everything here. I'm that kind of young Vancouverite that wants to go to street festivals and be engaged and live in this city, but it's not going to be possible unless we start to really adequately think about supporting tenants and making sure that below market rate housing is realistic and supportive for renters in this city and in this community. For me, this is my hometown. It's also my neighborhood, and I think it's really important to be able to get the chance to keep it that way. I know that there's not a way that this isn't going to happen. Westford's got some big pockets. The development is going to happen, but I think that my ask here is that we make sure that we do it in a way that is respectful to the tenants that are involved, and also respectful from like the current tenants, but for future tenants. Everyone here has already spoken so succinctly about their wants, the impact on the neighborhood, from a shadowing perspective, water level perspective, density, all of that. I won't repeat all of that, but my ask for the mayor and the council is to set forth on what they so often push for. It's to fight for Vancouver rights, fight for a Vancouver that is equitable and accessible for all levels of income, class, and race, fight for rights for renters, service workers, nonprofit workers, teachers, hospital workers. Those are all the people that make up this block. We're deserving of having a voice in this Vancouver.
Thank you. You're right. You're 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. There are no questions for you. Thank you, though. So I check with the operator. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. Speaker with phone number ending in 3402. Your line has been unmuted. Please proceed. Caller with phone number ending in 3402. Could you please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
Hello, my name is Pia Montes, and I am a resident of Fairview. I'll be super brief. I am in support of this project. I believe it's great that it offers a mix of both rental and condos. The on-site daycare is also a huge bonus for many families. My husband and I are currently renting a place, but we'll soon be looking to purchase in the future. We have quite a bit of family here on the west side, and it would be ideal to find something to buy nearby. This development, although a few years away, will be perfect for us. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you will move it forward. Have a good night.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. I'm going to make my third and final call, Council, for speakers to phone in on this item. The number is 1-833-538-610-106-1445 pound is the code to access. It is 10:29. Council will come back at 10:34 to just finish up with these speakers. Then we'll recess until Tuesday, July 26th at 9:30 a.m. to hear from the applicant, to hear closing comments from staff, to ask a round of questions, and then a debate. So we'll see you at 10:34.
Good evening. Thank you for calling into the teleconferencing line. The meeting is in a brief recess, and we will resume momentarily. I see that there are a few callers on the line. If I can just verify your name, I will refer to you with the last 4 digits of your number. So just give me one moment.
turn on your cameras as you start to imagine what our 9:30 meeting is going to look like tomorrow morning. I think clerks, I see pretty well everybody except I think.
Mayor, it's the clerk here. You do have quorum. There's 3 members of council in the chamber and
Great.
4
Okay,
on WebEx.
Great. So let's go to the operator and see if there's anybody else on the line.
Freebach, Eric Freebach, your line has been unmuted. Please proceed.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. My name is Eric Freebach. I live in Fairview, not far away from this project. I am in full support of this development. My wife and I both grew up on the west side of Vancouver and have just returned to this area. We are looking to purchase a home soon, ideally in this neighborhood. This development is exactly what we are looking for. We do not want to live in a high-rise, and a townhouse would be a great option for us. I also think it's great that the developer has included rental housing and a daycare in their plans for this site. No doubt this is needed. I hope you will approve of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don't see any questions for you, so we'll ask the operator if there's any more speakers. Let them go ahead, please.
Yes, the next speaker we have is Amanda Lateg. Your line is unmuted. If you can please state whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, yeah, my name's Amanda Latang, and I live at the Balfour. I just wanted to kind of quickly acknowledge the kind of flood of young people with families in support of this that called in after the fact, and all of their similar speaking points. It's just interesting. Anyway, I've lived on this block for the last year and a half, and it's the most community and family-oriented space I've ever been part of in my 20-plus years of renting in this city. The particular layout and shared green space are a perfect safe space for families with young children, something that I've seen become, unfortunately, more and more rare in this city. Demolishing this block will displace around 100 people, somewhere around there, adults and children, not to mention pets. And we're real people. We're real people who live here, not just calling in for a friend. And we're not going to find anything equivalent to live in this city. It doesn't exist whether the company can afford to move us or not. And I'm also one of the renters that came, after the application was set, so I don't have any plans to be helped out through that transition. I also understand the need for increased density and developments in the city, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with the duplexes that currently occupy this space. And I don't understand what sense it makes to uproot dozens of happy families just to build more for-profit housing that we won't be able to afford once it's built. As a city, Vancouver really prides itself on environmental efforts and accountability. I don't think it's responsible to allow another mega company to buy up and tear down a perfectly wonderful neighborhood. There are people who've lived here for 20 years and have raised their families here. And those of us who have arrived more recently would really love that opportunity. I know that my family and I moved in with the understanding that these buildings had already been sold. But having spent some time here, I can't just walk away from the sweetest home and community we've ever known without having my opinion heard. I love this community, we love our neighbors, and we love this city, but watching spaces like the Balfour Block being destroyed is utterly heartbreaking. I would love to stay in the city, knowing that it puts the well-being of its citizens and their families above the financial gain of big companies who might have gotten their friends to call in. If there's any way that the developers could consider adding to this very unique and ever-blossoming family atmosphere without completely demolishing it, I beg our city to encourage them to do so. Thanks for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I will go to the next speaker, please.
Lainey Shore, your line has been unmuted. Please state whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, yes, I am a resident of Vancouver. My family lives in the block that is up for demolition, and I can be quite brief. I think the speaker before me, I don't know her, but she was very eloquent, and I basically echo all of the comments that she just made. There's not going to be anything equivalent, and the thought of uprooting all of our families for the sake of other families being able to move in seems very unfair, and there's just no way that whatever the developer is promising, they're not going to be able to find equivalent or affordable options for families that require 3-bedroom homes, and I don't think the proposal addresses that. And I don't believe that a company should be profiting the way it's going to, given the lack of affordable housing for families that live on tight budgets and the loss of this middle income, which there is just no housing. Mr. Ebby was just speaking on television the other day about this middle income housing that is so woefully lacking in this city. There's no shortage of affordable places for millionaires, and people who are really in dire straits are assisted, and yet homes like this, which hardworking middle to lower middle class people are living in and thriving in, are now about to be demolished and uprooted. And as that other woman said, we're real people, and what is going to happen to us? And I think that council should take that into serious consideration. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for your time. No questions for you. Go on to the operator if there's anybody else.
Yes, next speaker is Karen Perina. Your line has been unmuted. Please state whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in a housing co-op nearby. And I'd really love to echo what the previous two speakers have talked about, especially in regard to affordability. Being a single mom working in healthcare, I can barely afford to live in a co-op on one income. And I know I am at odds with the city's position on affordability. I just don't think that that works for a lot of people in a position such as mine, making under $100K a year for a single person with children. Looking at the amenities in the Douglas Park area, there's a community center that's crowded, the 2 schools, Emily Carr and Edith Cavell. I'm sure our past capacity. Can't find a GP in the area. Doctors, offices, hard to come by. Even recreational opportunities are not good. So when I walk by the Balfour properties, I see this nice area where people can spread out. They can play games, ball, badminton. They have lots of space, and it is a tight-knit community, similarly to what you would find in a co-op. And I think the proposals are truly lacking that tight-knit community feel and haven't considered the need for amenities to support over 200 housing units in the area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Operator.
Speaker with phone number ending in 9146. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your full name first, followed by last, and then whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Broussard. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Balfour Tenants Collective, speaking in opposition to the proposed CD1 rezoning of 906 to 982 West 18th. Although I haven't lived in the Balfour complex for long, I've been a renter in enough places around Vancouver to know that this is a community that's worth fighting to protect from the onslaught of evictions that's ongoing in Vancouver. In the short time I've lived here, I've gotten to know more of my neighbors than all the previous places I've lived in combined. It's the exact model of housing I've been looking for in this increasingly atomized and unaffordable city. As a precondition to living here, however, many of us have had to sign lease agreements with added clauses that prevent us from fighting the redevelopment of this complex or from demanding to be included in the TRPP for the financial losses we will suffer as a result of eviction if this rezoning is approved in its current iteration. For the tenants who moved in after the rezoning application was submitted, our leases included some of the following provisions. A clause stating that we will not do anything or take any action or make any effort whatsoever to extend the tenancy or claim compensation from West Group. a clause stating that we're prohibited from collaborating with other tenants, not just of other units, but with any tenant living on West Group properties. A clause stating that we're prohibited from posting any signs in any windows of our homes or on the premises of any West Group properties. A clause saying that we're prohibited from sharing any information about the terms of our leases with any other person, including but not limited to other tenants on West Group properties. And a clause stating that in breach of any of these terms, West Group claims that they would be entitled to an order of possession and other damages, and that their tenants are prohibited to plead, argue, or advance any claim which alleges, for any reason whatsoever, that West Group would not be entitled to these remedies. In other words, in order to access housing, we've had to waive our rights to associate together, to speak freely, and to demand better from the city and from developers like West Group without the threat of eviction looming over us. I hope that Council will support the amendments that we have proposed and stand with the Balfour Tenants Collective in protecting the right to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, question?
Yeah, hi, thanks for coming in. Is that a document that you were reading from?
It's the addendum to the lease for the newer tenant.
Could you send us a copy of it?
I can send a edited copy that doesn't have the names of any of the tenants because there's a non-disclosure clause in the addendum.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have that sent over.
Thank you.
Thanks. Operator, next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers on the line.
Okay, thanks. I have made my third and final call. So with that, I will close the speakers list. And because we've had few public comments after 5 p.m. today, we're going to close the receipt of public comments. And Council, we are done for this evening. We'll come back and return to this item on July 26th at 9:30 a.m. to hear closing comments, answer any questions for staff, and make our decision. So thanks very much, Council. Clerks, we don't need to do anything else, do we?
Mary, yes, this is the clerk. We need to make Council needs to make a motion to reconvene on Tuesday for comments from the applicant, staff, and questions from Council to staff, and debate and decision.
So moved.
Great. So we've moved that, seconded by Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed, nay. Great. And so we've recessed. Okay. Anything else, clerks? Are we good?
Yep, we're good. Yep.
Great.
Everything's
Okay.
good. Thanks.
Everybody, tomorrow morning at 9:30. Woohoo.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, all the speakers.
Thank you. Good night.